driver of what was his name? The French dude.
I have no idea the name of the driver. I didn't get that.
No,
I
no,
would,
not the name, not the name of the driver. You know the rich guy,
Oh, the
uh,
nobleman's name.
yeah, it is
Oh,
Lucien
Lucien
Bucelot.
Boigelot.
Boiselot. Monsieur Lucien Boiselot.
And we were supposed to be intercepting a meeting, I think, but I don't remember very well.
Kai, is that handout just so you can have a name on a piece of paper?
For the moment, yeah, because
Okay, because there was no image on there. I was like,
Yeah,
waiting for it to
no, it's
load.
just
I
sort
was
of
like, is my computer off?
no. I know there's no image. I didn't really find one for Pretty Boy Lucien.
Okay.
Boiselot. Shay offered one, which that I liked, but I imagine the guy would have a ponytail. So I think so. Evangeline, if you can find that same actor with a ponytail, I will put him in.
Maybe I could get somebody to Photoshop it.
Yeah, if that's who you want Lucien Bouslier to look like, that's perfectly fine. Just,
It's just the guy from Rain.
I can only
He's
put like
French.
heads on other bodies. But like adding like a ponytail to somebody, it's not.
what do you
my-
do? You sew them on, or?
Yeah, I sold them on.
Oh, nice.
I make quilts out of them
Oh, sick, man.
and lampshades.
wait, I thought that's Toon's Claire.
The lampshades.
Is it you making lampshades out of hair?
Skin.
Oh, well, yeah.
Let me see.
So Toon can wear it on his head.
He's used to having skins, so that would be nice.
It'll be made out of four skins. The lampshade.
Oh goodness. Oh dear. Oh goodness dear.
I gotta mute myself.
Oh
Jesus
goodness.
Christ.
Because she kind of looks like. He kind of looks like the guy.
All right. Well, I'm gonna cut him. I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna save him. I'm gonna put it in for temporarily, at least for now.
He's the guy from the last
Okay.
as
Ah,
I've seen that one.
the guy.
Watched Rain though. I really liked that show.
What's it called? Rain.
Rain.
No.
It's on
Never seen it.
Netflix.
What's it about?
It's about the Mad King Henry, I think, of France, and that's his son who became king after he died. I don't know. I haven't watched it for a long time.
Okay.
Oi, oi, oi. Gotta wake up today.
Okay. I have now added him as momentarily as a.
Oh, that's Mary Queen of Scots. So that's what it's about.
Mary Queen of Scots. She murdered her, well, allegedly, mind you, she's not going to sue me. So, she murdered her first husband, and then had all
Francis?
of her lady friend round, and they shaved off their pubic hair and danced naked.
Eh,
My Mary Queens of Scots land. You can look that up. It's apparently historically accurate.
okay.
What did they do with the shavings?
They fed them to the men.
Lamp.
Or did they make voodoo dolls?
No, they made them into
Pillows.
food. I'm pretty sure they made them into food and fed them to the men for.
Ew.
It wasn't a pillow stuffing for pillows.
You've got like the weirdest interior design ideas I've seen. My brother
they're
bought
not
me
my
out.
ideas. I think they're courtesy of the Third Reich.
Yeah. Yeah. nasty, nasty. That and Ed Gain, um, a famous Wisconsin serial killer, necrophiliac. Um,
Okay. Well,
What the fuck is happening?
yeah, we're bringing Ravenloft into the real world, and it's getting blurry.
yeah. All right, everyone. Well, you are at last. We said you were in your small space that's been provided to you in the Academy of Science. Um, what what would you like to do? It can be the next morning as you all went to rest that night, late into the night.
Pop upstairs and grab some coffee for everyone.
I imagine I probably have a headache, so I would need water, lots of water,
I will get
Okay.
coffee, water,
and that coffee sounds great.
yeah, lots of coffee, water, and croissants sent
Okay. Yes, you could um, probably have. Uh, if you do that, of course, you're gonna find that at some point where you're getting up to the second level, there might be some people about, and uh, you can probably get yourself that someone to perhaps bring it down
down. Okay.
to
Perfect. Then I'll
yes.
Um,
head
In a sense that eventually you will probably run into someone who's an armed guard, and they will perhaps be questioning you where you're going.
where am I going? To the
And
kitchen
that, yes, it's
in Heimel
it is best I will inform them that you are needed for food, something.
Croissant, industrial
same.
quantities of coffee, and water, please.
And so eventually it will arrive.
I'll check on Eve, see how you feeling.
Yeah, Eve, you definitely have a headache. You are. It's not just it's not just a drinking hangover. It's you just feel all strung out and weird, and totally. You're still kind of exhausted, from last night in a way. Like you didn't quite sleep well. Herbie, what are you doing?
Herbie's probably still beating himself up over having to pay Nikholai's wages for the first part.
Yeah.
He's pretty angry
I
about that. He
still
doesn't
have
like
not
losing.
been paid.
Exactly, you're not going to get paid.
You brought
And did I go with him to the theater or no?
Yes, you were there. You were assisting Elvis in keeping watch outside of the theater, and so you did notice that there were some back doors to the theater. Elvis would know that, and so you kind of got a sense of the surroundings of the theater. So you were there, and you saw Evangeline come out quite out of her mind, so to speak, right? Drugged or something, on something
Alright.
you couldn't identify.
Yeah. In that case, I'd probably just go by to Evangeline's room and check on her to see if she's okay.
Okay, all right. Nikholai, what will you be doing?
What I wanted to ask is, wouldn't Lucian be expecting his driver like every day? Because the driver is no longer there, and Braegar turned into him and drove him in his house. So would he not be expecting one of us to show up every day and drive him around? I mean, can we do that?
Braegar's got an idea for that.
Yeah, it's
I'm just waiting for my turn.
possibly. It depends.
That would be the problem, because we may have shot ourselves in the foot there.
I do not think so, because if the driver never shows up again, who gives a shit?
Yes, that's true. But then we lose the whole driver being one of us thing. And I mean, if we're going to pursue this thing, we need to show up every day there. I believe. or we let it go.
I understand. So I get up and I leave Kai and I talk to who's our handler again?
Remember, you've got the three guys, the the three apprentices. They sort of are your contact points, right?
Okay, so my
Essentially, they're the ones who hire.
apprentices are okay. So I
Yeah.
go over to them and I start bullshitting with them, seeing how they're doing with the schooling, and then I'd just like nonchalantly just ask them like, so when does Monsieur Lucian come in?
And they kind of they kind of look at each other and they're like, oh, you mean yes, Lucien Beausoleil. But he comes in and goes as he wants. I could check to see when he is scheduled to have another talk. If he, often he is lecturing at the university.
Does he have a regular schedule for this university?
They kind of look at each other and I say, but they're not too sure. But of course, they could look it up for you. Um, and they could make some inquiries as to what his possible schedule is, if he had, but if he's not here, certainly he will more than likely be there. Uh, he is a great man, He is one of the greatest.
Oh yes, I'm sure he is.
He's brilliant. He's a truly brilliant man.
What is his
Continue.
what is his area of education?
He is a specialist in mathematics, and he is also he is an engineer. He is he is he is focusing on um, science of movements and mechanisms, physics. He's truly a man of many talents. As a matter of fact, just not far from here, I believe that there is a workshop where he is working on his newest creation. I understand it. It is actually perhaps a prototype for the military or something like this. He will not speak of it.
Where is this workshop located?
It is but if you go down this hallway over here, da, 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 and he will describe that it is a place where you will find a gnome and a dwarf working.
Okay. I say okay. So he's not expected to arrive today.
Um, well, you know what? We can. We do not know, Braegar, but we will check for you if you think this is important. Why are you asking about this? About Monsieur Beausoleil? Anyway.
Well, he seems to be quite educated. I would like to pick his brain in his pocket, but his brain.
Then, of course. Well, it is possible. Yes, we could have a private meeting, perhaps, between you and him. Perhaps we can convince him of your special knowledges.
I say I'm.
I know he is a. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Oh, it's just like he is one of these academics who does not believe that magic is useful. He is certainly on the side of advancing science, and that magic is parlor tricks. He doesn't understand. He hasn't seen what someone like you can do. Hmm. It'll be good to get him on our side. Yes, and he will know of us then. Yes. Ooh. And they all start talking to each other quickly and hide in the weeds. And they sort of turn around after about 2-3 minutes. Yes, it's a good idea, Braegar. We will try and arrange this. Yes, it would be good for you to meet him and for us to meet him. And then you must demonstrate your powers. Oh, and then we can convince him that he can support us. Yes.
Yes, that would be very good for us, correct?
Absolutely. Oh, that's good. Very good.
With his support, he is
Glad we thought
quite
of this.
wealthy, correct?
Oh yes, yes, yes. Of course, and he is very powerful. He is. His family has founded one of the great founders of the Royal Academy of Sciences. He is a well-known. Of course, he is truly a man. His family is powerful. Oh, the known. For certainly, he must have influence, even even in the court of brilliance.
So you said you was gonna get me his schedule for the next couple days when he's
Yes,
lecturing
yes,
here.
of course. We will. No, that's right. Got him. Little notes for their names. One of them will go up and go to look for this. And he says, I will return. I will
Uh,
find this information for you.
I say, Mr. Lucian, does he use the same driver every time?
Oh,
Do you
let's see
guys
if they
know
even
him?
know. Let's see if they even could possibly even know that. Um, they like. We are not sure. Braegar, he uses private coaches. He comes and goes as he pleases. Perhaps.
I understand. Okay, keep working. Good day. And he walks out.
Okay. Um,
I go back to Nikholai.
Shay,
I'm sorry, keep going.
what would you like? I'm just gonna get over to Shay real quick.
Okay.
Shay, I mean, you're woken up. Your head hurts. It's again, you don't feel great. And everyone's sort of you know paying attention and trying to make sure that you're doing all right. What would you like to do?
So, do I need to roll anything to see if I remember the bit about the red sash, the red sashes?
I mean, maybe I think you've mentioned it a couple of times,
Yeah, I
but
was saying it
I mean,
myself to remember, kind of, because I was in a very drunk state.
yeah. I mean, remember, I mean, you were drunk, but like the what really happened was the kind of the
I was like high on
overwhelming sensory
ecstasy.
overload. Yeah, that was a more powerful part, the sensory overload, and then what I wrote to you, right? Your the other overwhelming
Yes,
sort of
yeah.
feeling that you had. So it's not. I mean, I wouldn't call it like it wasn't like it was a hallucinogenic. You weren't seeing things that weren't there. It was actually you were just seeing and hearing and smelling. It was just too much, right? I mean, you had stimulants, the celestial powder on top of this, and it was just taking you out. But yeah, besides
Okay,
the alcohol.
so
So
I
yeah, I'm gonna say you
remember
don't.
then, like,
Yeah, you weren't
okay,
so there's no blackouts.
right.
It's not you didn't black out. So you remember, right? Um,
Okay, so do you guys remember? Oh, my head. You guys remember at that hotel, right? We were investigating the dead guy, and the lady of the hotel, the keeper there, said that um, she said that these affiliates of the Church of Ezra came
My
looking
name
for
is John
him, and
Chambers.
they were wearing red sashes. Those people were the ushers and the greeters at the theater last night.
So, not a good thing. Wonder
So
what the connection is.
we do know that they were not from the Church of Ezra and that they were actually from the theater. But why
Yeah.
they were after him, that's, I guess, the next piece of the puzzle we need to put together.
Well, I wonder whether they're from the theatre or whether they just provide the muscle. You know, I don't think they're
Well, they were passing
playwrights.
out flyers and ushering people in.
Sure, and they're the muscle behind it, the brains behind it, perhaps, but I think they're actors. I think they're probably part of a bigger conspiracy than just based in the one theatre, if you know what
Yes, yes.
I mean. Either way, we got more questions than answers, but at least we got some.
Kay, can I ask two things?
Yes.
First, I think you said there was a bit of magic happening in there with the whole theater play.
Oh, yes. It's clear that the play was enhanced with different types of illusory magic.
Would that be
From
strange, or is it a common thing?
here in Port Lucine, that's not uncommon at all. Port Lucine is the center of art of the civilized Crescent, and probably will be considered all of Ravenloft, and it's kind of what makes it famous. It has a Las Vegas, New York City, Broadway-ish um, allure in terms of it's a special effects capital. Where on the streets and in the theaters, that's what's highly prized. The magic that you generally see and that people respect and know is that of illusion. I mean, you've heard of it. You've even seen in the slums. People clearly able to some kind of illusory magic, leaving the slums, and probably they're kind of beggars or street performers. So that's part of what happens here. I mean, you've never been to any of the theaters, but you've heard of it. Perhaps this was the first time you've actually seen any of it, right? So it's unusual to you, especially when it comes to trimming your because Lamordia is a place where math. Sorry, magic is completely dismissed. It's ignored. You are a society of engineers and scientists. I mean, that you know
But it's not
you've never
uncommon
really seen.
for here, right?
No, you've heard of it, but you've never. This is probably maybe the first time you've seen it because you haven't had any money to go to full theaters. But I mean, you've seen street magic, but this was unusual.
Mhm.
So yes, it's not like this is a singular event. You know it happens.
Okay, and would I know if it would be expensive to buy the services of people that can do this kind of thing for your play?
Oh yeah,
Or
yeah. Sure, sure. Yes, I mean to be a registered illusionist, right? There's like an illusionist guild, and it's essentially you have to be certified. You have to pay for membership, and it's expensive, right? So yes, it would be like it would cost money to do these kind of things.
Mhm. Okay, and one last thing. Based on the assumption we had with Elvis that there was blood on the drug Eve took, uh, would that, in my mind, in Nikolai's mind, uh, I have to
I
think
don't
how to
think
say that.
you would have heard me talking about there being blood.
I think you told me that when I got into the carriage with you, and we talked about it later. I think. If we did
No,
not,
I
that's
would
okay.
have. I think I was saying that I think it's blood, but I
Oh,
wasn't
okay,
saying
okay,
it.
okay, okay. So I
Your
don't know that.
character.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
sorry. The reason I thought it
Uh,
was blood is based on something that your character doesn't know either.
uh-huh.
Yeah,
Okay,
he may not have revealed that. Yeah, I don't think he would have. Right.
No, I definitely
okay,
wouldn't.
okay,
Sorry, but
okay, okay then. Okay, I know nothing then.
But I mean, clearly, I would say, what you saw there was highly unusual, though, Nikholai. The whole, just besides the fact that they had illusory magic and special effects magic, sort of theatrical magic. It's really, in a way, what it would be called right on the street, theatrical magic. But everything else was totally untoward, right? I mean, That's
Yeah.
you know
So what?
you grew up
What?
in a.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Go. Sorry. No. 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 Please continue.
No, I was going to mention like Lemordians. Again, we're kind of an analog to like 18th century Germany, right? And you are not you were much more austere, and as the way you present yourself, and more controlled and careful, and you don't let your emotions show, and when that's not necessary. And what you saw at that theater yesterday was
Yeah,
completely the
that
opposite.
drains culturally for me.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. What I
It,
wanted
it's
to ask about the drug is, would I feel there's anything magic about that, or would I be able to understand it based on the reactions of the people that took it, or is it something completely strange for me? I mean, based on the knowledge he has about magic.
hmm. I mean, yeah, it would have been hard. I mean, if you would have wrote an Arcana check there, it would have been,
Okay, on it.
um, you could try. I mean, you could roll an Arcana check. That's hard because you're considering it. You can give it a shot. I only say because you're not actively looking at it there now, right? You're just thinking back. Um, yeah, I mean, there's nothing you could tell. It doesn't seem there's any magical rituals, besides clearly the illusion magic. I mean, you're not someone yourself who uses. I mean, I don't think you're someone who uses drugs, but if you want
No, no,
to,
no,
then you
no,
can
no.
use that. Now.
Just based on the reactions.
Yeah, I mean, you,
Nothing.
you you just think they had something, right?
Yeah,
That,
that's just a drug. Yeah,
there's
yeah.
all sorts of. Yeah, you just know that the Demont Louise here are infamous for their for their like licentiousness, they're out of control partying, their hedonism, and so to you this is just a perfect another example of what a debased and
Yes,
degraded society
that's
this
what
is.
I would expect. Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Yeah. That makes sense. Yes.
Yes, yes.
Okay. All right. Oh, that's a scary, weird noise in the garden. I guess Ravenloft is crossing over into the real world. Maybe there's a Tarrasque out there, or an owlbear.
Careful, maybe it's Strahd.
Maybe it's a were squirrel.
Yeah.
All right. Well, all right. So then, and let's go back to the top. Okay, who would like to do? The coffee and croissants have eventually been brought down by a serving maid.
Maid or a wench, there's a different.
Oh no,
Herbie's gonna Herbie's gonna go eat breakfast.
yeah. I mean, it's brought down in the central table, right? The woman is quite skittish. She's a bit younger, I guess, right? You know, she looks around and like I don't know who's in here, but if Braegar is about, she will be startled and sort of pause. You can see her eyes grow wide with fear. She shakingly puts this tray down on the table.
I flinch at her.
Yeah. You can hear the coffee, this fine coffee pot. It's like china, porcelain. It rattles and it spills coffee. It's like you can hear it clanking as she's visibly shaking, and she puts it down, and then she bows very slightly, and then she just half runs out.
That was awkward.
Yeah.
Boss, could you leave the poor girl alone, please?
I have my way with women. I mean, I have a way with women. So, I seem to have got a situation I possibly need help with.
Do tell.
Okay.
So, last night, I took on the visage of the driver without any knowledge of the driver's name.
What happened to that driver, by the way?
What did happen to that driver?
Hey! I think that's to be a running theme now.
So, I think we need to go back and find maybe the driver's name.
Is the driver around anymore?
Maybe he had some ID.
Maybe, perhaps I could, maybe I could speak with Lucian again, and maybe I could say that the driver has,
Oh, I've got a brilliant idea. Why don't I bring you to Lucia right now as the driver?
perfect.
Is everybody up for
And say,
a road
"Hey,
trip?
I found that lady. By the way, what's my name?"
What is your name?
I'll be like, your driver dropped me off. I forgot to ask his name.
No, he knows that the driver was not with you, I think.
He knows,
Because
we did drop him off without her last night, but maybe she got a
But
hold
he
of
came
him
to
or
pick
something.
me up, and he came to pick me up and took me to his house, and I was like, okay, yeah. And I was like, your driver came to get me and brought me here, and I forgot to ask his name. How terribly rude of me.
Yes.
yeah, that could work.
Let us do this.
Also, I have one thing to ask from Herbie. Is Dune here?
Tune?
Okay, not from Herbie, from the group. I don't know who's responsible for payments here, but I would like to have the first half of my payment up.
Oh yeah, Herbie will be dealing with that this week. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, but I need the payment before the weekends. You understand that I need some assurance. Yeah, it
Well,
is
Herbie's dealing with
dangerous
your
work.
Hmm?
Herbie?
Herbie, you're
Where's
dealing
Yes,
with
Herbie?
Herbie.
your payment the first week.
Your
Herbie,
employees.
I would like half of my payment up front with all of this happening. I don't know how it will end, and I need some insurance. If that's
Well,
okay with you.
if I had money, I would, but I don't.
You don't have
Do I
any
do I
money.
trust him?
Are you trying to be deceptive, Herbie?
But well, how much is half a switch?
25 gold you owe him for a week. No, hang on, that's not true. Sorry. How many of us are there now? Or were there? It was 4, yeah, when we negotiated.
There
So
were 5 of you. No, there were 4 of you. Now there's 5 of you.
it was me, Herbie, Evangeline, and
Braegar.
Braegar. That was the
So,
original.
And we were getting
group.
how much gold per week? 200? 300?
so it would be 500. So it would be 125 each. So half of your stake would be 62 gold and 5 silver that you owe to Nikholai for this
Yeah,
week.
I don't have that. Oh, he wanted half his payment, right?
Yes, I want half of that.
All right.
So 31 gold, basically. 32, if you're feeling generous.
All right. Well, sorry, I don't have any money.
Okay, well then you should roll a deception check, because I believe you're trying to.
I already
I
rolled.
believe you're trying to prevaricate there. So perhaps we need to sell that. Okay, well that is a. So if anyone would like to roll there again, insight. I'm sorry, against
I don't think Elvis
Herbie's
cares
bluff.
enough.
That it may be up to you then, Nikholai. Do you wish to see if do you misbelieve him? Disbelieve him?
Yes, I would. I would like to. I would check if he's lying, if I'm able to understand it.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. He seems to be telling the truth. Like you can't he's indignant about it, and he doesn't. You can't tell if he's lying or not. I mean, he seems reasonably.
Herbie, so you have no money, right?
Mm-hmm. This is true. Yes.
Yes, that is true.
Yes.
So why don't I give him the 30 odds gold, and you can
Mm.
pay me back 45 with interest next week.
I'm not paying you interest, Elvis.
I'd like to attempt to grab Herbie by the ankles and hold him upside down and shake him.
Can I try and like dex check my way out of that? Like dex save my way out of that?
It'd definitely be opposed, I think. So,
Yeah, I mean that would be like a grapple. It's a grapple check essentially, right?
straight
I'm
strength, yeah.
Where is our money on this?
Can I not try and jump out of the way?
Yeah.
I swear I have
to.
some.
Yeah.
Shoot.
Make this.
Yeah,
I mean,
alright.
this is essentially a kind of a grapple. So go ahead, roll your grapple rolls. So his like a.
Or athletics, which one?
Yeah, athletics versus Herbie's acrobatics or athletics.
Raw axe. Like when Charles is grabbing me, I like want to kind of like, I guess if I succeed, of
Right.
course, grab his arms and like swing my.
Do I have advantage because of a surprise attack or not?
I don't know. I don't think that was a surprise attack.
Yeah, fair enough.
And I don't think you
This
can
was pretty
either.
obvious
I mean,
this was going to happen.
I did not roll well.
Yeah.
Too.
Yeah, I mean, you try and grab him, right? Try and manhandle him, and it's not like you don't get your hands on him, but he's just so squirmy, and he's small enough that he just worms his way out, and then he kind of backflips himself away. And describe your escape, Herbie. As you were,
I kind of like want to like kick myself off Elvis's chest and just because he's trying to pull me up by the ankles, right? Yeah, so I'm gonna kick myself off Elvis' chest, tumble in the air, and land perfectly on my 2 feet while bowing and saying, "Stay the fuck away from me."
okay.
You brought the man in, pay him what he's owed.
I will when I have money. I've not yet been paid, so I can pay him.
Yes, that makes sense.
Now
We
I'm
we
gonna
have
do an inside check.
we have not been paid from the school yet, so Herbie doesn't have the money to give him.
Exactly.
It's true, we haven't been paid. You're right. I'll give you a loan then, Nikholai. I need this back though, because I've got stuff I need to do with it. Is that all right?
What's that stuff, huh, Elvis?
That's great for me.
I need to send some money to my mother.
Never knew your mother was a prostitute.
Oh
Oh,
shit!
Oh, he went there.
I'd like to punch him in the face as hard as humanly. In fact, I would. Oh no! If we didn't have long rests every week, I would rage. Yeah, I'm genuinely going to attack him.
Yeah, Herbie. Herbie, you said it. Like you just.
I said it.
came out
I
of-
said it. I said what? I said what I said, Elvis. Huh?
Unarmed attack, is that a straight D20?
Plus your strength.
Plus strength.
Yeah. It's a normal.
So it's a strength
Normal.
roll.
Yeah. It's a normal attack. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. DC. What's your Herbie's?
My armor is
DC?
16.
Is-
Armor class is
oh,
16.
I have 16. Okay. Yeah. Elvis, you try and punch him, and he's just he's too agile. He just ducks under your punch.
Say
Although you
that
smash.
again.
Harry's like gonna stick his tongue out. What are you gonna do about it? Huh?
My voice and say that again.
All right, calm down, Elvis. There's no reason to get upset now. I was just joking, huh, buddy?
Some things with me you don't joke about. That is one of them. Is that understood from now on?
Wait, where's Braegar? I want to stand behind my boss.
I'm sitting at the table watching everything.
Yeah, no, I won't joke about Elvis. That's fine. No more jokes about it.
I put my maul away. Sorry, that is what Elvis would do.
Oh no, I'm
Yeah.
And
No.
also, I'm loving the fact that you had the job of bringing the new party member in, and we've all made you, well, mainly me, but we've all made you pay for it. So, and now
You
I've ended up
bastards.
paying for it. So, anyway, yeah. So I'll give him 32 gold, to Nikholai.
Okay, thanks. I will return it upon payment. Thanks a lot.
Okay. And then I would like to sit down and write a letter to my mother, which I'll do you in Discord so we don't take up any time in game.
Sure.
And also another letter to this time. Where is the name? Oscar, who, if you remember, was the chief superintendent of the watch
Mm.
and my mentor, basically.
Yes, very well.
And I would like to send that to him via my mother.
Mm.
So,
Okay.
because they know each other well.
As you're writing this letter, you see Herbie whispering in Braegar's ear.
I look over, can't hear what he's saying, so I go back to my letter.
Whisper, whisper, whisper.
Okay, would I know how much by asking
Braegar
around?
just starts laughing.
What the fuck are you two laughing at?
Nothing, nothing.
While this is happening, Nikholai, what did you ask? I'm sorry.
I would like to ask, would I know or find out by asking around how much a simple wooden frame from my painting cost me?
Hmm.
From my portrait, sorry.
Hmm. I could look this up, but
Like
I
the
mean,
cheapest I could find.
yeah, I mean that would require you to sort of go somehow shopping, I presume. Okay.
I need to find the notebook. Hang on, because there's a name.
Sure.
I need.
So that would be, you could certainly go into the merchant district, for example, right, and try and there's plenty of the Kotia Mashar. There's plenty of places it'll do these things. No one here, I don't think, actually knows very well what the cost of something like that would be. I mean, not in terms of your immediate here, right? You also have the issue that you have been mostly instructed not to interact with the people upstairs. So
Yeah.
if you wish to do that during your travels, you could try and get yourself out to the Kotia Marchand.
Yes, is it okay with everyone if I went out for a while? I will be back shortly.
Yeah, sure. Hey, Elvis, do you need any help getting those letters delivered?
Not from you. I need someone trustworthy. I'm going to ask that taxi driver.
I'm gonna turn into the taxi driver.
No, not the one that you.
Thank you, sir.
Not the carriage driver. The taxi driver we used the other day that I said follow that. The one we used to follow Eve's cab.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'll take those letters, sir.
Quite well.
I haven't even finished writing them yet. So shut up. He's still angry. He's still angry about the joke.
Is he writing his letter like a kid trying to stop other kids from cheating on his test?
No, I'm just like,
Put the hand around.
Hey, Elvis, let me see what you're writing. Hey, Elvis.
I brush him away and say, I need help with my spelling. Are you any good at it?
Yes. You spell the first word.
Halfling cunt.
So, just as a quick note, I actually just to Nikholai, if you go, I mean, you could actually go talk to the three, initiate members, right? The provisional members, who are the three, Pierre and Hector, and if you ask them what they are, also wholly ignorant, because they're like, I don't know, maybe 1,000 gold. And after a small conversation, they seem to, prices seem to be of things like this. They don't even pay attention to it, right? They're not a good source. You get the sense that they're so far removed from the prices of anything, right? They just buy things, and they don't
Would
even
it
think
take
about it.
would it take a lot of time to go to the market and ask around? and be back?
No, 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 no. I mean, again, it depends on what people are doing, but no, it won't. I mean, I would say it could be maybe a 2 hour um, trip, right? And
Yes, I would
for
like
you
to do
getting
that.
at most, right? As you go around, you have to figure. Maybe you ask them where's the art district in the Côte Machin, and they'll go There's a wonderful place for galleries, and you'll find the location. They will tell you again. It's a big city. You can find these things. And so, yeah, you can go, and you will eventually, during this process, you will find the artistic area, and there should be some kind of place where you can find some framing. And off the top of my head, I actually don't know what the cost of something like that would be.
Yes, I would be looking for, the cheapest kind of materials, like nothing fancy, just the frame for it.
Yeah, I mean, let's just say um, $50. A cheap frame. I'm just gonna say for the moment 2 gold. Okay, for the moment, I'm just
Okay.
gonna make
Uh,
it up.
I would
I
like
think a very inexpensive framing
a very
will get
simple
you
one.
there.
Okay. Yeah, I would
It
like to
might it
buy.
might be more. Okay. So I'm gonna say at least 2 gold for framing.
Okay, I would like to buy a frame. I mean, it may be more expensive because it's a big painting. I don't know. Maybe
Hmm.
it would be more realistic.
Okay.
I don't know. It's
I'm
it's
not.
your call. I mean,
Yeah. No, I understand. I was actually trying to reference something here, like what it might cost in terms of stuff, and I'm trying to think of what a framing for paintings like that is. So, like, a gold is about $50 approximately. I'm thinking, and so you're talking about $100, for a framing. So anywhere from I'd say it's anywhere from two to 5 gold. Right? Let's say 2 gold now, and I'll think about it later. If I just go with that, 2 gold.
okay, so I'll buy it to remove the gold.
I mean,
And
or 20 silvers, and let's put this in perspective. Like that's a lot of money, right? Like when they said you were going to get paid that much gold, i.e.,
yeah,
or
that's
that much
that's
silver,
fucking low.
you're like,
Yeah,
I mean, it's a lot of money in terms of what you've had access to lately, not what you come from, right? Okay,
yeah, but it's
so
a big
let's just put
big
that in perspective.
improvement.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you have now you were a bit, and you kind of feel you remember what it was like to be those guys, right? Because you also came from a relatively wealthy family, right? And so, when you're at kind of these levels of wealth, the cost of things, you lose sense of this because you have just so much money. It doesn't. Oh, the shirt is 100 gold. Oh, it's 1,000 gold, of course.
Yeah, good.
But now you're like, you know, you're much more aware of this. So it's humbling in a way. So okay, guys, if you don't mind, I gotta take like maybe a quick 5 minute break. My apologies.
Okay.
So
Yeah, okay.
Here's paracetamol.
okay,
No, it's cool.
so you guys think about what y'all want to do.
Oh, I know
Plan.
what I want to do. Did
Okay,
you see my PM
so
call? Did you see my whisper?
I
Uh,
will just return if I was able to buy the frame and put the painting on the wall, and that's it.
okay, right. So, yeah.
I'm
So
over
while
with the pointless stuff.
while Nikholai's away for 2 hours, there's clearly like things that you guys could be doing, and then before we get other stuff done. So yeah, I did I saw this should be interesting. All right, I'll be back.
Guy's got to go eat 5 pounds of uncooked flesh to satiate his hunger.
Anthony,
I think
did you agree, by the way, with my comparison that I sent you on what was it, Wednesday or Tuesday?
What
Can't remember.
comparison?
Wednesday. Hmm?
What
The
comparison?
picture I sent you.
Oh, what with Pimple?
Is that pimple? That's not pimple, right?
the last picture I see. Oh, yeah, Doctor.
The one I just sent, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you see? I see it. Let's just say that. I see it.
If he was a little darker and more evil,
Yeah.
you see the goodness in Dr. Evil's eye right there. Kai is void of that.
Is that why you used to call him Undead Zombie?
Yep. And that was in the fucking mid-90s, so before all the zombie crazes and shit like that, I've been calling him Undead Zombie for years. But he's always been the more horror
kid.
Yeah, I mean, I love horror movies just as much as the next guy, But Kai loves, the writing and everything like that. I think he told me when he was like, I don't know, 12 or 13 years old, he read it. And I was like, Jesus Christ, I'm reading it fucking now.
I read Eyes of the Dragon when I was in 4th grade, and all I remember about it was very inappropriate for a 4th grader.
Yeah, King, he's got no problems describing sex scenes and shit like that, It'll just come out of nowhere. But yeah, that's a fantastic book too. I think I read that in Afghanistan.
I love King. He's my favorite author.
I love his books that really aren't like Stephen King books. I
really like Bag of
You mean the
Bones.
books when he wasn't on drugs?
No. Like Stand By Me
Green
is
Mile?
a Stephen King book. The Green Mile. Yep. Shawshank.
Hearts in Atlantis.
Didn't he make a book like Under the Dome or something? That was turned into a TV show.
I didn't really like that book. It was kind of, I don't know, anticlimactic because like exactly what you thought was going to happen is what happened.
And another like big famous book of his is The Stand, and I've never read it, but I know of the ending, and I was like, that's a fucking terrible ending, Like, I'm glad I didn't spend the time to fucking read that book.
Did he write that book while he was on drugs?
I don't know, probably.
Are there quite like a few books of him that just make no sense at some parts because he was on that many drugs?
I don't think none of his books are incoherent, but a lot of them are out there. Stephen King.
Stephen King.
Else. I don't know.
I remember really struggling to get through it because some of it just didn't it was really.
He did admit later in certain forwards that he did have a problem with alcoholism.
I'm pretty sure Stephen King does it.
Nah, Stephen King.
No.
No, I know what you're talking about. I'm just thinking, I'd never heard Stephen King had a drug problem.
Okay, world-famous horror novelist Stephen King struggled with drugs and alcohol for a considerable period of time. In 1987, King's family and friends staged an intervention, dumping evidence of his addictions in front of him. King immediately sought help and quit all forms of drugs and alcohol in the late 80s.
Yeah.
So I guess anything he wrote before 1987,
which is like 90% of his great collection, like Cujo, everything. It fucking.
Yeah, it was written while he was on drugs.
Yeah.
During King's middle-of-the-night writing marathons, he supplemented the gallons of beer he consumed with cocaine. He did so much cocaine that sticking cotton up his nose was the only way to stop the blood from dripping on his typewriter.
That's shitloads of
I
cocaine.
mean, if you've got a really good idea and you don't want to lose it, you don't want to sleep on it, so you got to stay up and write all night long.
I always used to use cocaine so I could keep drinking for 3 days straight. But,
I was about to say,
something useful.
My friends do that.
What was I going to say? Does anyone? Sorry to bring it back to the game, but does anyone remember how we got hired by the academy?
They were searching for their friend who was murdered, right?
Yeah, but how did we end up getting on that trail?
I don't know how we got approached by them, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, I can't remember either. And I just started to write this letter, and I thought, I don't know what the fuck I'm going to write about, because I can't remember how the fuck we started working for them.
Because there was the incident, and then people kind of, I guess, forgot about it. You know?
Well, yeah, and it wasn't allowed to be mentioned, and they strengthened security around the city.
And during that post incident phase, Braegar was selling anti-mist potions. You know, just snake oil.
Yeah. And I think did I go back to the church with Eve? No, because we went through the sewers together, didn't we? I met that policeman I knew.
Yeah, that was like immediately after the incident.
Yeah. I like the fact we're calling it the incident now.
I don't know what
Incident.
else to call it. You know?
No, sorry, you won't know, but there's a comedy duo over here called Mitchell and Webb, and they have this post-apocalyptic thing. Do not mention the incident, but you'll have to see it to know what I'm talking about. Yeah. So no one knows how the hell we ended up working for these guys.
I don't remember.
Oh shit! Do you think this is part of Kai's thing?
What?
He actually, in real life, makes us
Not
lose our mind.
yeah.
Probably. Before you know it, I'm just gonna hear like a knock on my window. Like he's just fucking teleported over here or something.
Do you really work for the academy? Nobody knows.
Should we all
Is there an academy?
And then he goes, "What the fuck, guys?" Like, we know, Kai. We know.
Does the academy exist?
Mm-hmm. I think so. We're staying there. But we don't know how. We just can't remember.
Also, to whom are we supposed to tell about evidence we may have about anti-king activity?
You could always tell Herbie.
Well,
we're supposed to report to the guys, but we haven't decided what side of the fence we've landed on yet. So.
Yeah, we're
I
kind
have.
of keeping a lot of our information close to the chest because we don't know how much of it we want to tell them yet, and exactly what Charles just said. We don't know which side we're
Yeah,
on.
because as far as I understand, we're pro-rebellion, right?
I guess for now, yeah.
Depends on like the form that the rebellion takes, but as long as we keep giving them enough information that they haven't got before, whilst withholding the bits that are important to us, we should keep getting paid. And having a base to sleep in, and having information, and we need to find... There's a cell somewhere in the academy that is also revolutionary. Trying to install the fake king.
And there is a guy in the party who is very revolutionary. Which is a big surprise for everybody. Nobody knows who it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Of course it's me.
Big mystery.
Do you not remember do you not remember Herbie's drunken rant on the... Actually, you probably weren't there, though.
Herbie's had lots of drunken rants. Were you talking about when you forgot the plan?
Yeah. Yeah, I was about to say, yeah, you guys didn't notice that. I don't know. Have I ever actually, like, as a character Herbie, come out as a revolutionary to you guys? I think I might have made some passing comments, but nothing extreme.
Mum, Dad, I need to tell you something. What is it, son? If you love men, that's fine. No, I'm a revolutionary.
Oh, you're the gulag!
Everyone we know is a revolutionary. We live in the slums. Oh, so this was unnecessary. Yes. Stop wasting our time. Sorry.
I never know what Braegar might do to me.
What, you in another Eiffel Tower situation? Oh shit.
Isn't that called Tower Bridge, not Eiffel Tower? In Netherlands we call it Tower.
Eiffel Tower.
In Netherlands we call it Tower Bridging.
Oh really? That
Yeah,
makes
but
I
think the Eiffel Tower makes more sense though.
Yeah, it's
like that's two sides pointing towards each other, you know.
Yeah, and when you high five each other, it creates the Eiffel Tower.
Yeah, exactly. Do you guys know what a blumpkin is?
A country bumpkin.
No, a blumpkin.
No.
He's getting a blowjob while taking his shit.
Who the
Dutch people are fucking weird. Hey, I had blumpkin yesterday in my windmill. I got sperm all over my crocs. It was great.
Who
I
the
need Kaimak
fuck?
so he can answer that
You
question.
got, do you guys know what a pirate eye is?
Oh no, I'm beginning to wish we hadn't gone down this particular wormhole.
Alright, here we go. It's coming into a girl's eye, then kicking her shin, therefore she will be hopping around on one leg and one eye closed, screaming arg. Like a pirate.
Not domestic at all. Or literal assault. But,
I feel wiser now.
Hey, at least if it's consensual, you know. Who cares?
if it's consensual, should be expecting it.
That's her. Well, I didn't say she wasn't expecting it. I just said coming into a girl's eye and kicking her shin.
So just
I'm not. Yeah. Alright, I'm out of weird sex
Why
things
are
now.
pirates called pirates, Tim?
Do tell me.
Because they are. Okay, best joke in the world. What do you call? Sorry, go on.
Are we gonna pretend to be the driver today and bring Eve to the douche?
Why are we doing that again?
So we can get the driver's name. If we get the driver's name, then there are situations where maybe we can write a letter and drop off a letter to the boss and be like, "Hey, sorry, it's Ted."
Can't you just keep turning up and eventually he'll either call you by his name or not? I can't think of a situation where you're going to need to tell him your name.
Well, the thing is, if there's a situation where I can't pick him up and I gotta leave him a note, I can't be like from driver. You know what I mean?
You just say, "Sir, I will." Yeah, you can. You can just say, "Your humble driver" or something. And then I'll go, "Oh, you are so sarcastic, Tom," or something like that. But if we force the issue, A, we're putting Eve in more danger.
The only thing she's in danger of is this guy trying to penetrate her.
Exactly. Well, I don't think she wants that.
Well, it would be a bit.
I mean, I
more...
would like to maybe get some new clothes out of him and maybe a little spending money.
Who really minds a sugar daddy? Let's be honest here.
Do you see?
I'd quite like a sugar mummy.
I was about to say same.
So,
like, you know, even if they're 80 something.
Eve, you're okay with this plan? You're okay with this plan, correct?
I'd make him go out with a smile, Charles.
Do it.
Yeah, the thing is, if you're in his house, we will not be able to interfere if something happens, though.
I just don't see that.
Yeah, I also don't think he's dangerous or something, but...
I just don't see why we're...
You don't see the significance of having the driver's identity, his name?
I don't think it's important enough to risk it. No.
Well...
What are we risking now?
Elvis, I would very much also like to find out if he knows our friends from the other night, you know, from the bar.
We're going to walk around his house, that's one thing, and check it out. But we also know he comes here, so we could wait for him here.
But how's he going to get here if his driver doesn't bring him here?
Well, his driver would still bring him there. I don't see why you'd need to know his name, particularly. Or you can say, actually, I now want to be known as Jennifer. I'm changing my pronouns. And he'll have to respect that.
Not that day and age, you won't.
Yeah. I don't think that's going to work out.
Oh, you're such a joker!
Actually, to be honest, I think there are quite a lot of like guys pretending to be girls that age.
Oh yeah, it was hugely illegal, but there were. I mean, it was like you could get killed.
I mean, only in the theater, because women weren't allowed to be on stage.
No, not just in the theatre. There were loads of clubs, especially amongst aristocrats, where people would go, like, gay clubs that were in, you know, the 20th century.
I want to take you to the gay bar.
But I haven't heard that song in a time.
You're welcome.
I didn't even know that song existed.
I was about to say, I'm a Christian boy, please leave me in.
Now it's stuck in your head.
You're a Christian
forever.
boy. Mr. Blumpkin is a Christian boy.
Oh, we can hear you, Raphael. Did Raphael just let? Yeah, we can hear you.
Did you say something?
Did they teach you about Baratai in Christian school?
I did not go to Christian school. I'm not Christian. I was just fucking around. I was not raised Christian even.
Blumpkin. No, what was it? Master Blumpkin.
Blumpkin. Blumpkin boy. But I would not like to go. That's like such weird shit to me, to be honest. Like, why the fuck would you want to? Why would you even want to do that? You know?
I can get the idea behind it, but I'm not going to discuss it.
No, I get the idea behind it as a man, but why the fuck would you want to be next to somebody's smelly arse while they're taking a shit and suck a cock?
Oh, as
It's
a
not
girl?
my- Yeah, as a girl.
Yeah,
Not
yeah.
my cup of tea, yeah. Must be a fetish thing.
We've spent a lot more time on the Blumpkin issue than we needed to, actually, and that is my fault for bringing it up the second time.
So I say.
Oh, we were thinking you were dead, Kai.
Nah, sorry.
He's
I
undead.
had to talk. I had to talk to my wife about some things. I had to organize something. That took longer than I
Is
expected.
that code for taking an enormous shit?
And throwing up afterwards.
Frankly, Kai, literally none of us can remember how we got to start working for the Academy.
You can.
Okay.
We don't remember how we were approached to help them find.
How we
So-
ended up doing it.
So it kind of ended up like this. Shay.
Yes.
She said, remember Shay, friend, right? I think it was, right? You're the one who, he was your friend. He came in and he created a character that was Alvin von Reich.
Oh, yes.
Yes. So what happened was, because since you had guys that started meeting this Alvin von Reichsgard, who seemed to be his military, this Republic military soldier, infantryman who was wandering around and had found himself at home in the slums. He had been contacted by another ex-guard, well, actually a current infantryman, who said that he had a special job in terms of guarding some high price into the quartier ouvrier, the slums, i.e. the Three Amigos. And so this other guardsman, along with Alvin, basically subcontracted you for the job of protecting Alceste, Hector, and Pierre. So originally, you were really just bodyguards for them to do the investigation, but you quickly realized that they were completely out of their depth, and so you guys ended up taking over the investigation for them. The reason why they were there was, of course, to find their missing member of the Academy of Sciences, and investigate this whole strange, rumor hearing concerning the Lost King. So yeah, you guys were subcontracted merely to do a protection job for a day or two, and it just turned you guys end up demonstrating that you were much more valuable than just protection. So that's how you guys got involved. And I believe that the original price for the night of, it was supposed to be a very short job, was maybe 250 gold, something like this, or something like that, 150, 250 gold.
Okay.
Right. So that's how you guys ended up getting involved in all this. Does that ring a bell?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And so I, of course, because of what's happened, after your, let us say, interactions at the Honey Pot, it seems that both Alvin von Reichsgard slipped himself away and decided you haven't heard from him since, obviously, although it's really only been a couple of days since this whole thing started. And nor have you heard from his the original contact who basically, you know, subcontracted this job to you. Although they might be around somewhere.
What happened to Alvin?
I mean, you don't know.
He disappeared.
Oh, no, he's not here. I don't think. I was hoping he was going to say, "What did happen to Alvin?"
Yeah, what? Sorry. Yeah, I should have said that. Yeah.
I had nothing to do with it. Elvis.
He says,
I mean-
picking his teeth with his hat pin.
Alvin exists as a NPC potential, guest player character for someone who might want to drop in and just see what's going on. He wasn't very well fleshed out, or not completely fleshed out, so he's there. Okay, so then, I'm sorry, I took. So what's the game plan now?
So we are going to go see Mr. Fancy Pants. Driver's going to take me over there. I'm going to maybe try and investigate his house a little bit, look around, admire his things, stroke his ego a little bit.
Sure.
While we're riding over, I guess we'll have Nikholai be the driver, since he can do it at will.
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay.
Okay. All
So
right.
I'm gonna be coaching Eve the entire way, like asking her remember layouts, remember furniture where things are placed. You know,
Are we all going there?
well, she's going in the room by herself. I don't think he cared. I don't think he wants us in.
Yeah,
No,
I'm
no,
not
no,
going to
inside
go
the
because...
inside the carriage.
Well, no, because he's going to get in the carriage eventually.
Well, maybe yeah, but like we'll ride with her all the way like until a block away, and then we'll all get out, and then only you two go over to
Because
the
too
house.
many of us in that posh area.
Well, you will have to
make
point the
us-
house out to me, as I've never been there.
I also have never been there.
Yeah, I've been there, so
I think Elvis has a point. Elvis knows that if some of you just end up wandering around that area, you are going to be
It's like
very
Mansion
quickly.
Town around
Elvis,
there,
do you
like
still
Upper
have
East Side.
Yes.
your uniform?
I do. I'm also
Mhm.
Maybe you should.
reluctant to use it on me because if I'm recognised by one of my former colleagues, that fucks me in the arse quite hard.
Okay, so maybe
And
I'll
as a
wear
matter of
this
fact-
uniform.
Yeah, just like people usually do.
You're more than welcome.
And of course, I'm sorry, just to say, Elvis does also know that the Couture Sauvant is certainly where his nemesis would be found.
Well, me, Braegar, and Herbie can disguise ourselves, I believe.
Do you need some makeup, Braegar?
Yes, I could use some makeup.
All right. Kai, I am gonna use my false identity, of course.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Very well.
Grifo over heel. At your service, peasants. Actually, wait, fuck, you guys don't know about Grifo yet. Fuck. Keep doing this.
Are you sure?
Yeah, no, I don't want to use him. I want to keep Grifo as a secret.
Have you got some sort of personality disorder there? What are you talking about? Who's this bloke you're talking about?
I was just making a little joke, Elvis, huh?
Fair enough.
Elvis,
And then I'm gonna put.
you must understand, when dealing with the halfling, he's quite insane.
Yeah, I had noticed that.
I don't know what you're I don't know what you're talking about,
So-
Braegar, and then I'm gonna like twitch my eyes
Trying to get
as a joke.
sense out of something that is senseless.
Look, I've got no problem with him being insane. I just will not accept the language that he used earlier. That's all.
That is understandable. He might lack
I know that's
manners.
writing.
He is also insane.
Oh, come on, we all lack manners here, apart from Eve, mate. No, including Eve. So, well, apart from this new bastard. But my mother is very dear to me. It's a sore subject, let's put it that way. I haven't seen her in a long time, and anyone who calls her a whore, now knowing how I feel about it, will get the blunt end of my mace, which is the business end, because that's how maces work.
See, I did not understand this custom. I didn't know my mother, or, well, I believe my father was the chief, because he had his way with multiple women. But we didn't know, like, there wasn't a family unit. We were a tribe. We were raised by the tribe.
One works differently. But, I mean, for me, she was the only person I had growing up until I met her mate Oscar, so... Anyway, no, I'm done. Just saying for future, sore subject.
Okay. So, my idea is I will play the police officer, questioning you hooligans on the street, and, yeah, we'll just play it off like that. Until, the cab driver's done dropping Eve off and then comes and picks us back up and we can go.
Wait, you need some coaching. Who's your station chief?
I do not know. Who is my station chief?
So, Kai, can I give him the name of a station chief from a district other than the one they're going to?
Sure.
Maybe a far away one, but one that makes sense. So maybe from the market quarter.
Sure.
So I give him the name of, we'll call him David. David Henri. There you go. No, let's call him Thierry Henri. Perfect. His name is Thierry Henri. Okay, that's your station chief. And why are you in this district rather than your own? Because you're following up a lead, a burglar that you have found in your region.
And it was this little shit, and I grab Herbie and I start shaking him violently.
No. Well,
Hey! Let it go! I'm doing anything wrong. Let it go!
Well, you've heard tell that they're moving their operations to this quarter. And of course, we need to nip that in the bud before the important people get fucked. So we're chasing him down here nice and quiet, pretending to be, a beat cop. Really, I'm a detective. But that's what we're up to. So if you could let me on my way, or talk to Thierry Henri, just let me get about my business. You can make all that stuff up, but remember, you're from the market quarter. Your station chief is Thierry Henri. All right?
Yes. I'm from the station quarter. My chief is Thierry Henri.
Market. You're from the market quarter, and it's Thierry Henri. Or you're from the Thierry quarter, and your station chief is the market Henri.
Market Henri. Gotcha. 10-20.
You get it.
Okay. So, all right. What carriage are you guys going to use to do all this? Are you going to go Braegar? Are you going to go get the carriage where in these?
Yeah.
The stagecoach housing where you left it right the other night.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Alrighty then. Okay, so you guys are all going to go together. Leave out the back, and then I guess you'll walk your way towards that, or it'll take you a bit to get there, but it's not overly, It's maybe a half-hour walk from where you are. This seems to make sense. So if that's what you guys do, yeah, then this is, I guess, now still in the morning of mid-morning, perhaps, and this is, here. You can see a bit, as I just mentioned last night, the Quartier Public, right, is quite popular with tourists. I mean, you can almost imagine it a bit the area where Braegar, like over here, it's almost like a national mall area. Uh, so it's set up to be, again a architectural expression of the power of the state and of high culture. There are various museums here, official government buildings, all of them in this extravagant, style of pillars and ornate carvings. And again, it's
Quality.
highly patrolled by the city watch, city guards, and is full of high class people of all various locations, not necessarily de Montlouis, going back and forth. Certainly, you see the various carriages that seem to have government seals of Lamordia, of Borka, of Richelieu, of Mordant, because this is, again, the center of power. It doesn't take you long as you go across a sort of a bridge that goes across a bit of a lake in front of the Academy of Sciences to move towards the stable where Braegar has left the horses and his stolen carriage. All right, you were off. Right, so everyone is in the carriage. Yes, everyone's going together.
Yes.
Nikholai is riding, is actually taking
Yes,
the face.
I am the driver.
Yes. Evangeline and Herbie. Elvis, what are you doing? Just to
I'm
make
still
sure.
back at the. I'm staying there until I can finish my letter and
Gotcha.
get off.
Okay, that's so that you're gonna let them.
Then I'll stay there in case there's, they know. So someone's there and they know where we are.
Gotcha. Understood. All right. So then it's just Herbie, Evangeline, Nikholai, and then Braegar. Yeah. I mean, of course, there's not much traffic in the morning here. It doesn't take you, as you're entering, leaving the Courtier Publique and going to the Courtier Savant. Here, no one bothers you really, and there's no sort of the transition from the Courtier Publique to the Courtier Savant is one in which the streets become less dense, and you enter into an area where you have walled manses and mansions. Each of them seems like a small fortress. The walls are quite vast in terms of these are little small estates, and they're taking a tremendous amount of room. All of them, seem to have a different guards in front of them and different livery. And each of them, you can see above beyond the walls, all fantastical houses, green space, and it's all the streets here are perfectly clean, lined with trees, wide boulevards. It's quiet here in the Culture Savant.
Kai, before we headed out, I think me and Herbie would have tried to pink me up.
Yeah, I would have tried to make him more human-like.
Okay, well then, are you going to roll your disguise? You're gonna have to
Disguise kit, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna help him because I also have proficiency in that. So
Right. Okay, so it's an advantage. Okay, I mean 17. So how are you disguising the fierce visage of Braegar?
does
How is it being hidden?
Elvis's uniform come with a hat?
I'm not sure they wear hats, but if they do, then it does.
Yeah, I don't think they would in the. I don't imagine that they would.
Actually, wondering.
Maybe,
Well, I suppose they
wrong.
would wear those funny little hats like Les Miserables, wouldn't they?
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I I don't think it's like a normal policeman's hat or anything like this, but perhaps there must be.
I actually
some
might
kind of-
not have a disguise kit. Hold on.
To you, in Nikholai, if you want a hat, they can have a hat. If you don't,
Yeah.
they don't. It's your
Yeah.
will.
Yeah, I mean, well, they can have some kind of hat, sure. I mean, it's not a big deal.
Yeah, make it one like an ancient version of those awesome hats that have 2 beer cups on.
No, you know, yeah, I mean, it's
Oh, never mind.
probably like one of those tricorn hats. It's probably like a specific type of like police
You
guard
can fit
tricorn
3
hat.
beers in.
So that's we'll keep it to that. That makes sense. It's fine. It has a hat. So there was definitely a hat. There was definitely a particular, sort of, official uniform. It's a big pistol. So yeah, so you definitely have a particular, costume, and it's ready to go. So then Herbie, anything in particular? Is a bearding something? Or just the
I'm
straight
gonna
makeup?
ask Braegar how he wants to look. Braegar, what what do you want?
Make my skin look pink like yours. And I caress his cheek with my index finger and my middle finger.
God, you creep me out sometimes.
Getting increasingly
Yeah.
groovy.
I think that's what he's trying to do in real life to me too. Nah.
That's a serious accusation.
I don't know how old Braegar is, but yeah. So Herbie's gonna like get out his little powder box. He's gonna like give him like a little bit rosy skin, a bit like rosy cheeks. So that it looks like there's still some red maybe coming through, but that's only on his cheeks. So it looks like he's just kind of like has a little like bit of
Like I'm
blush or
wearing
something.
rouge.
Yeah. You're dressed up as a guard, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, the policeman.
Can make it. I'd say it was probably more looking like he'd been making out with somebody who was wearing rouge. Let's keep it at that. And yeah, did you see my roll, Kai?
Yes, I said before. Yeah, I saw your disguise kit roll. Yes.
Yep.
Okay. So yeah, it is reasonably successful, and so then you guys can be off. It's okay. All right, and so you guys will make your way towards the courtier while this is happening, and eventually, Braegar, you kind of remember where you're going. It was at night. You just roll a intelligence check for me, Braegar. See how.
I do not
So-
quite remember where we are.
Yeah, you do get yourself a little bit lost at some, and turned around, I mean, you kind of remember some of these, but it was late at night. Everything looks different in the daytime, and you just can't quite remember the address at this point in time. So you
I'm
guys,
probably still overwhelmed by the vastness of the land that this
yeah,
one person could possibly own. That in the house I'm looking at right now, like Jesus Christ,
yeah. They do take this huge spaces. I mean, it's funny because I actually have something that's just like this here in Sao Paulo, not far from me. This area where there's basically these giant walled mansions, right? This is like massive green space area. You can see it. It's carved out. It's this area where there are none of these tall. It's just like the Culture Savant. These places have, they're fully secure. They've got 3-meter walls surrounding them with barbed wire. CCTV camera security systems. There's a guard in the gate behind, basically with little tiny slit windows. They're essentially behind bulletproof glass. So these types of places actually exist in modernity. And yeah, so it's like this, right? I mean, you can't believe, how much room, especially compared to the crazy cramped quarters that you guys live in, these tenement houses in the poor quarter. You could fit, just the width of one of these estates would fit, 3-4 tenement buildings. And of course, to you think it's nuts. So I'm just gonna say it takes you a little bit longer to get there, and you guys eventually get lost. But because of that, you do get stopped by one of the town guards who are patrolling the area. You must have passed him by maybe 2 or 3 times as you got rolling around the neighborhoods. And so it doesn't really look in, but he talks to you, Nikholai. He's like, eh, what you doing here? Hmm?
Oh,
Let me see your papers.
good morning, sir. I will show him my papers. We're here looking for the house of Monsieur Lucien. Uh, a lady is here to meet him, and I seem to have lost my way. Is there a way you could help us, please?
Could you please roll a deception check?
Come on, Raphael.
Are we still? We're still pretending that I am a prisoner, right?
No, we
All
haven't
of
gotten
you,
that
Or
far
no?
yet.
Oh, okay.
yeah,
We're
oh
still in the
no,
back of the carriage.
Great that I have a +5 at those things, and I always roll shit.
Can I help him out by like like yelling out fuck. Actually, no. That won't work yet. Never mind.
he looks at you and he's like, eh, and he looks at you and he sort of gets suspicious. Like, let me see your papers.
I pop my head out and I'm like, we're on official police business.
And
Hey, let me go! Let me go! I didn't steal that man's clothes.
he sort of like he gets like 2 steps back, right? And he sees you and he says, what is going on here?
I have apprehended this criminal.
Yes,
So
you see, sir.
That guy chose to take off his pants on his own. I didn't take him.
But but this driver just said he is looking for the mansion of the noble mansion. I'm confused.
yeah,
No,
we're bringing
I am going there. We're sharing a cab.
Well, it's a busy day, you see, sir. I have to leave the lady to the house and then escort those fine gentlemen to the nearest station, guard station.
This
Please,
this
Herbie,
sir.
this this guy
Herbie's
is
gonna.
not looking very convinced. He's
I wonder
starting.
why.
I would like to charm him.
Ah.
Herbie's gonna whisper to Braegar. We should have fixed up our stories. Fuck. Rookie mistake, guys. Rookie mistake. Now we gotta knock this guy out.
we will be okay.
Okay, Shay. Go. What are you going to do
Hang
with
on, I gotta
your
refresh. I can't find my sheet. I
charm
just see
powers?
the rookie one.
You should no, yeah, you should have access to the normal one. Because I think I made I archived the rookie one because I was trying to make sure because some of your powers they were on the rookie one, but the edited ones weren't on the normal ones. I was trying to edit some things before, so I just opened up your sheet. Do you see it? Like your normal.
I must have been refreshing. I didn't see it.
All right, I'll click it for you. Oh, did you click it? Yeah. Okay, got it. I believe because I did some minor edits, but so I'll just do this. Remember though that you don't like the sunlight. All right, so this is the original one, and I think I wanted to edit it a little bit, but it's okay. You charm him for a certain amount of time, and what do you say? How do you do this? And you're gonna have to make a charisma check. Like you get advantage, right? So you have to make a charisma check still, and try
Okay,
and.
I still don't see my character sheet, just the rookie one.
That is really weird. Let me
I don't know what folder it's in or.
Oh, okay.
whatever.
So it's under PCs, right? Do you see the folder? So you see
Civilized Crescent.
and then Civilized Crescent PCs, and that you should
There we
have
go.
it there. Just open. Yeah, you got it now. Because
Found it.
okay, because actually it really should just.
I say, please, sir. I'm only trying to get to my gentleman. He and I separated last night while we were out, and this is the first chance I've had to see him since then. Please, can't you please understand and just let us go on our way? And I'm just gonna kind of like not really come all the way out of the carriage because I want to stay covered, and not be in the sunlight.
My
But
business, you big ape.
I
You call him big ape.
Okay, can you please charisma check? Yeah. It's clear that he's very confused about what's going on. In here, yeah, okay. No, that's okay. So he kind of half lowers his weapon, and he's like, "This is very unusual. I do not understand why you are sharing this cart. But what was this criminal doing here? Was he thieving? Did you catch him at a mansion? Was he trying to steal from the nobles? Or is this something else?"
This is something else. Something that I've been working a lead. I'm from the market quarter.
Let me out.
My station chief is Thierry Henry.
Thierry Henry. Sorry.
And it's like, okay. He's like looking at you, and could you hit him also with a
Deception?
a persuasion or a deception check? Yeah, deception check there.
Here we go.
I mean, he kind of
Does he get
looks at all
advantage
of
for
you.
having the actual name?
Yeah, I mean that's fine. I mean he gets. I mean he's dressed like a police officer. Yeah, he does get it. I'm not. Yeah, I mean his advantage isn't going to be fantastic.
I was about to say, does it even matter?
Yeah, I mean, so it's like, well, it's not. It's not. He's not at a disadvantage, which is good.
Yeah.
So, look, the guy's kind of skeptical. He's confused, but between the charm of the beautiful lady and what this, you kind of reasonably convinced him. He's like, well, this is very unusual, but fine. It's Madame, you say, who is it? What estate are you looking for? So he's talking.
I'm looking at the notes. I gotta find his full name.
Yeah, his full name. He's under the NPCs, but it's Lucien Boisselot, right?
Yeah,
I don't know if that. Yeah. So it's like this. Of course, you wouldn't. The estates are named by the family name, right? So it's like the family, Boisselot would be like, this, Boisselot estate is really what you would be looking for. Okay. So, and he's like, well, that's what you ask for. Then he's like, I mean, you could try and, he's like, I believe it is that way. And he points. And he is, but, please make sure that you're careful. You don't let him escape. Have a good day.
Sir. Thank you so much.
He looks at you, right? And he's like keenly looking at all of you as you ride off. Okay, eventually you will ride around, and you will realize Braegar. It will look familiar, and you will get to yourself, orient yourself, and you will get yourself within, you think, the right road and the right way through these neighborhoods. Get yourself to that noble. So what are you guys gonna do?
Uh, Before we go in, am I supposed to escort Eve inside and present her to Lucian, or I'm supposed to just wait outside?
I don't think he ever had a footman before. So that might seem a little weird. Maybe you should wait here.
Yeah, I think that's okay. Okay, so I'm waiting outside the house.
Okay, well, I mean, well, the way this works. So, have you left Braegar and Herbie a couple blocks away now?
We
Everyone
had to
is
do a drive-by
out of
first, though,
town.
right? To show me which house it is.
I think I'm driving you to the house, and I'm just waiting outside the house.
Oh, okay. They're waiting like a block or two away. Perfect.
Yeah, we're getting out, and I'm going to start harassing.
Okay, so all right, so you're going to walk. Okay, so just let me confirm. So both Braegar and Herbie are going to get out near the house, but not at the house. And then my understanding is that Nikholai is going to drive Eve up to the house itself, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
And
I
I tell
will
him
wait.
that you can go into the gate. He allows you to go into the gate and drive this little, like I say, this like a little cul-de-sac.
Okay.
Right. And so just give me a moment here. Okay. And so yeah, you pull up, and again, it's kind of like I described to Anthony last time. This is a high walled, uh, security. High walls around this estate. There's a large, ornate gatehouse. Gates in front. You can see beyond it as you start, moving the coach nearby along the street. There is a little sort of driveway that lets you get towards the gate. You can see the house beyond, kind of again like a cul-de-sac, like a little with a fountain and a sort of like a driveway that leads to the door. There are two armed guards in particularly livery, right? Particular colors. They have a crest right on their breastplate. They are definitely armed with muskets, with bayonets, and they're very nicely dressed. Properly with wigs, but yet heavily armed. Um, and as you approach, um, they, they look at you and they say, "Yes, what do you? And how can we help you?"
Morning, gentlemen. Please inform Monsieur Lucien that Lady Eve is here to see him, if you would be so kind.
Hmm. Okay, just give me a second here.
Whilst Kai's having a second, did Braegar tell us about the project that Lucian was working on for the military, or did he keep it to himself?
I don't think I did. And it wasn't because I was trying to be
Would you
dodgy
have?
with the information.
Would you have?
Yeah, why not?
I
Just
would.
to
Did he?
just to the party though.
Yeah.
Herbie's really putting his.
I mean, Eve, would you have at some point mentioned your interactions with the dwarf and the gnome in the workshop? To the party? Eve?
Shay?
Hello?
Shay.
Alright, the kids started being assholes.
Sorry. These things happen. Yeah, Shay, would you have mentioned your the fact that you had an interaction with some unusual?
I can't hear you right now because I got a kid screaming. Just give me a minute. Sorry.
Let's assume she did. Let's assume at some point she did
Yeah.
tell you guys. She mentioned
That's
it,
great.
right?
Thank you.
Me, I'm really throwing everything into this performance, by the way, while Braegar's manhandling me outside. Like I'm trying to like resist and stuff like that.
Okay. All right. Yeah. And you're going to call attention to guards if you do that. If you're going to be loud about
no,
it,
no, no,
someone's,
no,
you
no,
know,
no.
just-
If somebody starts looking over at us, then I'm gonna start creating that scene. You know?
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
just confirm how that is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So let me get over. Let me get over here to. Yeah. Sorry, Elvis. Elvis, if you want to go investigate or talk to, perhaps you will find them in this workshop that
Not
is
yet,
down
not
in
yet.
the
I just
sub basement.
all I want to do.
My business,
what
you
I wanna
big
do
ape.
is
You call him Big Ape. Oh, you and here come a sniper.
everything.
Sure, gotcha, understood. Okay, all right. So I'm gonna say that you guys so the guards they look and so they yes, and so they call over. You see them, they sort of yell through the gate, and yeah, please call oh my god, what's this guy's name? Monsieur Dumont. And you hear another guard. There must be other ones posted inside that they
My business, you big ape.
call back. And then you wait a couple of minutes, and eventually a fussy looking man comes. He is wearing those like pince nez.
My business, you big ape.
You call him Big Ape.
Oh, you and here come a sniper.
High quality dress, and he's all powdered up, and he's got a wig on, and he's definitely older. And he comes up and says, "What's oh, of course." He says, and he looks at you, Nikholai, and let me just get this. And he sort of like he says, "Open the gate, open the gate, open the gate." There's a complex lock mechanism that's opened, and he comes out, and he's like, "Monsieur Girardeau, what are you doing here during the day?
I'm sorry, what is my
I do
name?
not believe that the master has called you."
Oh, what was his name?
You heard
I
them
can't
say
pronounce French.
they call him
Dumont?
Monsieur Dumont.
Monsieur Dumont. Monsieur Dumont, good morning. I'm terribly sorry to interrupt anything that's happening, but a lady that was accompanying Monsieur Lucien uh, asked me to drive her here so she can meet him again. Her name is Lady Eve. Monsieur Lucien would recognize her, and I will help Eve down the carriage. I will open the door and help her down the carriage.
I have a question. Are you doing anything special with your voice? Because you look like the driver, but do you sound like the driver?
Maybe you're coming
Probably.
down with something. Maybe you're a little sick.
Dun, dun.
Oh yes, that's what we were saying before. That we'll talk like I have something in my throat.
Okay. could you please roll a deception check?
Come on, Raphael.
Here we go again. Here we go. It's above average. It's above average.
He looks at you quizzically and he says, "Look, it's like what is wrong? Do you have some sort of illness?" And he takes like a couple of steps back. "You do not sound like yourself."
I don't know so much. Maybe it's the stuff. Me and Mr. Lucian. This powder that I used. He gave me. Maybe they did messed up my throat.
Well, this is all very out of order. I don't. Master Lucian here is you're still asleep. Though I believe most of his guests from last night have gone. What?
Might I
Yeah,
might I wake him up, please?
and he answers you. Are you saying? Are you like leaning out? Like, do you say this just as a distant voice, or do you like show yourself somehow?
I think I open the door and she's down, or
Yeah. Okay. So you open the door, right, and then and Eve, you can come out. I presume that you are dressed. How are you dressed, Eve? I'm not gonna presume anything. How are you dressed, Eve?
I am wearing black pants, a purple corset, and a cropped black jacket that covers my arms. And I'm gonna lift my arm to kind of shield my face from the sun.
Fine. Okay. All right.
Maybe you have an
You
umbrella.
possibly could even have a parasol.
I did not have a parasol, but I want to get one.
Okay. Yeah, that would be a good idea. Um, uh, and he's like, "Oh, I see, but of course." And he comes up to you and he bows and he kisses your hand, and you are.
My name is Eve.
Well, Mr. Lucian has not mentioned you, but and I am surprised. He normally boasts about the great beauties that he meets. Yes.
Well, we only
Well.
met yesterday.
Hmm. Well, then it is all very unusual, but of course, someone is. I am sure that he will be pleased to see you. When he is not awake, although he did not tell me anyone would be calling. Um, of course, Madame, please, we will bring you in. Uh, and he turns to you, Girardot. Get, get out of here before you make us sick. And again,
I will
don't
I
ever come
will
back here during the day.
What did she
I
call
will
him?
ring expectantly, like
What?
expecting to sleep or something.
I'm sorry. What did you say?
I will linger a bit expectantly, like waiting for a tip or something.
He's like, he looks at you and he's like, shove, he picks his, goes into his pocket and he like, he, he throws you the gold, right? Like a gold
Perfect.
piece. He's like, I assume you understand. Its discretion is always intent. And he's looking around. He notices there are other guards, right, from other houses. And he's like, oh, damn it, just get yourself gone.
Okay, I will go back to my carriage and drive. I will not go away. I will just go out of his what's it called, where he can see. I will just take a turn and stay close to the house.
Okay. So done this for
What did she call him, Kai?
um, she so he said, I think this is the same one that I used the first time, Girardeau, right? He's called him
Girard.
Girardeau.
Okay.
Yeah, Girardeau. Actually, I should spell. I didn't spell it correctly. Girardeau. Yeah.
Okay. So we have his name.
Okay. And
All right, but I'm gonna get the layout of the house and look around and maybe see if I can find any valuable.
so he the man, he grabs your hand. He's older, but he puts hand in, arm in arm. He leads you through the gate. Yeah. He says some things in high Mordentish to the guards. Evangeline, you don't speak high Mordentish, do you? I'm trying to remember.
I do not. So
Okay.
if he speaks to me in High Mordendish, I would just smile and nod.
Yeah, well, obviously, when you came out, you spoke in low Mordentish, and so he immediately switched. He was speaking in low Mordentish to the cab driver. So, but he says some things to the guards, and they clearly lock the gates behind you. And actually, um, yeah, one of the guards eventually gets himself on accompanies both of you, right, as you walk along this tree-lined sort of short driveway that leads you to this beautiful marble fountain that is carven with angels or winged beings and swans. And it is very beautiful. As a matter of fact, it seems to have some sort of lighting in it even during the daytime, sort of like as if it's changing colors. And so, you continue and you see the house, is massive, right? Again, it's this massive 2.5 story French, manse, an ornate, massive sort of, set of stairs, two, old doors that are up a bit of a set of stairs, and it's quite nice. There's some looks like a little gardens and little small ponds or some kind not far off from this driveway, and of course, it's like a traffic circle around the fountain. When you get to the fountain, you kind of go past it, and it leads you right into the front of the house. And well, and you can tell that his accent's very heavy, right? As he tries to speak low Mordentish, it's clear that he's not overly accustomed to it in some ways. Or maybe like he says, "So, uh, please, your name again, Madame."
Eve. Just Eve.
Yes, of course. And could you tell me again, how did you meet Master Lucian?
I met him at the Academy of Science, and we went out last night together on a date. And during that date, we got a little separated, and I had trouble finding my way back to him. It was very busy where we went, you see, and so this morning I just wanted to come in person and apologize for disappearing.
Oh, yes, of course. Oh, you are a member of the Academy of Sciences? Well, uh, that is surprising. Perhaps you're both beautiful and intelligent. Rare qualities to be found in a woman simultaneously.
Thank you.
I jest, of course. Well then, indeed. Well then, he will perhaps be pleased to see you, although he is not awakened. I do not see him awakening much before this afternoon. He had some. Uh, it must have been clearly an error that he lost you last night. It is most unfortunate. Come, 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 and we will have you sit and wait. Would you like some coffee? Perhaps a drink like
Oh, I, I,
cordial?
I think you misunderstood. I don't want to sit and wait. I wish to awaken him.
Oh, um, of course. Well, if you could just and like
In
you
a
go in and he's
private
like
manner.
he's taking you through like the opening, and it's again you look and it's like this grand hall, right? It's holy shit. It's one
Okay,
of
so
these
Grand
immensely
Hall.
crazy, unbelievably, ornate, houses. That the floor is brilliant marble. There's this massive set of stairs in front of you. That's, you know, opening and going to a second story. everywhere. There's just paintings, and statues, and busts. There's it's an unbelievably gaudy level of affluence that's being demonstrated here. And it's like, well, yes, of course, my dear, of course, my dear. Why don't you let me just check on him? And I won't awaken him, though. No, no, of course not. I'm sure that he will be very happy to see someone like you.
Is he gonna go in there and like try to take out the trash before before I come in?
It may be. He's like, please, yeah, and takes you to the side, and there's an ornate sitting room that's got this, all these crazy upholstered chairs and stuff and so on, and a fireplace and a bookshelf, and it's one of the three rooms. It's off to the side. He says, it's here, and and he says something in French. I'm sorry, in High de Montlouis, the guard who was accompanying him the whole time and who seems to stand outside the door. And he says, I will have someone bring you something to drink. And again, it would only take a bit of time, I'm sure. I will make sure not to wake the master. Okay. And yeah. And so now you're sitting in this super ornate place, right? Surrounded by unbelievable opulence.
I will attempt conversation with the guard.
Okay, what will you say to him?
So, how long have you worked here?
He doesn't respond. I mean, are you like sitting from the chair? Are you walking towards him? Because he's like, he's like right
up. Chair, just like, kind of looking at him, maybe twirling my hair around my fingers.
He's then he straightens up again. Within a minute or two, an older
I'll be right back.
man,
I'm getting a call.
Yeah, sorry. In livery comes and gives you like some sort of liqueur in a glass. Okay, all right. And so we're gonna. That's what's happening there. All right. So okay. So Nikholai, yes. So Nikholai, have you gone back to find both Herbie and Braegar? Is that what you're doing?
Don't get into that.
I think I would wait somewhere that I would be able to see. Does he even know where we left it?
I'm sorry. What did you say, Nikholai?
He knows where we left it.
Hey, Kai, can you move Toon to the whisper room?
Yeah. Because he's loud. That's an issue. How do I?
Just grab him. Go to Discord, grab him, and move him to the whisper.
Okay. Toon, and I go like this. Yeah. Okay. Good. I got it. I did that before. Thanks. Okay.
So where we left the other guys, right?
Yeah. I mean, you know where you left them, a couple blocks away. Does Eve know? Yeah, Eve was there when you left him behind, so she should know where you were.
I will go and stop the carriage, right? If there's a place where I can leave the carriage there and wait with him.
Yeah, I mean, of course. Now let's go back to where Nikholai and where Elvis and Herbie. I mean, Elvis and Herbie, where you were left off. Where did you guys? Did you guys try and leave each other in between like the two estates or something like that?
Well, like a block away, we were dropped off, right? So we're just going to be meandering around a neighborhood,
Oh, okay.
And if anybody looks at us, I might stage some sort of arrest.
Yeah, someone's definitely one of the guards is definitely going to look at you right as you pass, and he's gonna, he's gonna say, Monsieur Officer, what is there anything we can help you with? What is this trash doing here?
That's
pointing at Herbie.
that's what I was going to find out. I'm gonna take him out. I'm gonna take out the trash. I do not need any assistance.
You should not.
I have this little creep well in hand, and I grab him and I shake him.
Is there something we should be concerned about? Are these more of these
No, I
these
believe he's just.
riffraff halflings here?
I believe he's just lost.
Of course. Uh, Perhaps he's trying to slip into one of our estates, huh? Perhaps wants to steal something. Is that it? You little dirty rat.
You
Officer,
little
should you
rat.
just not cut his hands off now as a preventive measure? Yes.
If we cut off the hands of every
I could help you
halfling
with this.
that wandered into the wrong neighborhood, the whole town would be filled with handless halflings.
Could you roll your deception? At advantage, of course, with your.
Come on. Jesus Christ.
Oop. He's like they talk to each other in High de Mont Louise, and they look at you, and you know
Whoop, gotta go.
they stiffen up.
I just start dragging the halfling away from them.
Okay, and then you can hear them talking to each other in De Mont Louise. You can then hear those guards shouting to the other, so like they sort of like you can hear them speaking in De Mont Louise and sort of shouting across the street, and hearing another set of guards responding from some other mansion. Okay.
Okay. Well, I start
Where,
dragging Herbie away from the neighborhood.
okay, where are you gonna go?
I'm gonna try to like go back the way we came via the cart, but walk. You know. So
Okay.
maybe if Nikholai's driving the cart around, maybe he'll see us. I don't know.
Okay. I mean, Nikholai, did you go back to? I think Nikholai, you said you just stopped. Did you try and go back to where they were originally? I can't
I'm going
remember.
back to where we left everybody.
Okay. Yeah. So eventually you're gonna see them, right? And you're gonna notice that at some point while you're rolling through the streets, you can hear that you can notice that there's some guards are sort of like guards from different noble houses are starting to like they're walking around. Yeah. And eventually you see both Braegar and the halfling and our boy Toon in the streets. Okay, let's get
Are there any guards around where I see them?
some people sending me messages here. Oh, what did you ask?
Are there any guards around where I see them?
Oh, there's guards everywhere now. Yeah. I mean, there's guards, not town guards, but like the noble house guards. They're in front of all the houses, so they're easy to see, right?
Do I see?
But what I'm saying is they seem to be kind of active, and they're talking to each other, and you see like different guards are going towards each other, and they seem to be they're pointing, and they're pointing in the direction of where you presume Braegar and Herbie are, and when you eventually get to them, you're moving faster but there seems to be some guards from different noble houses that seem to be gathering up.
I will just keep the carriage at the same pace with them and keep walking next to them. Like, not exactly next to them, but at the distance where they can reach the carriage if they need to. And I will just look quizzically at Breaker.
All right. As I see him pull up, I pull Herbie into the carriage as it's moving, and then I say, okay, we've got to make wide circles in the neighborhood because I think they're on to us. Well, they're on to me. Okay, you want me to roll a
Yeah,
stealth check to see if we can sneakily get
Yeah,
into the carriage?
I think so. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. So you try and hopefully no one necessarily notices you.
My apologies. I thought I had my mic muted, but I did not.
Yes. And Herbie, you're also going to
Yes.
try and we're trying to sneak onto the cart here, onto the carriage.
Yes.
A dexterity stealth check, if you wish.
Stealth.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Yep. Well, Herbie certainly slips in unnoticed, or thinks he does. Carefully, kind of almost falls underneath the carriage, right, as it passes by. Okay, yeah, you guys start doing some wide circles. I'm just gonna go back real quick. Elvis, is
sorry,
there anything?
Yeah, there are
just
a
have one
couple of
question.
things, but
Hold up,
okay.
hold up.
Does it look like anyone is following the carriage?
Um,
Like the guards, are they following? Are they doing anything strange?
the guards seem to be moving through the streets now, and it seems like this. You don't do this necessarily, but it's this is not just a place that's full of town guards, but this is an area that's you would know this. Noble houses, they essentially have private armies, right?
Okay, I get.
They have their
No,
own
I know
security
there are
force.
guards around, but does it look like they're following the carriage or something?
It looks like they're looking for
Or
as a
something?
cat. They're looking for pink for something, and you're
Okay.
worried that they might try and flag you down
If we go, like, if we
because
make a turn and get out of, like, that particular group's vision, I tell Nikholai to make himself look like a different driver.
That's what I was thinking. Maybe you can drop your disguises also. And
Well, yeah, mine's is just makeup, but if I don't look human, then I look like me, and that might be even more suspicious. So I'm just gonna try to hide in the back.
okay, very good. All right.
is there a turn I can take and lose eyesight with them?
Yeah, I mean, you can look. I mean, the cart moves faster than people, so if you want to just get the cart moving fast through these streets and kind of get out of the area for a little while, it's
I
possible.
would I would like to try and get out of the immediate area and drop my disguise.
Okay,
Uh, while
yeah,
while nobody's looking at me, like no one is around and sees me, just change appearance
yeah. I
if
mean,
that's possible.
it's possible to do. I mean, go ahead and just also roll me a kind of a stealth check there. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. Yeah. I mean, in terms of you were attentive, you were paying attention, you're seeing, okay, no one's looking at me, and you're able to pull it off. Okay, no issues, right? You're able to do that. All right. And so I don't know where you want to go, but
So, another question, sorry, guy. Is there a way to use minor illusion to change maybe the color of the carriage or something?
oh, I think that's a bit big.
Yeah, it's a
Um,
big space. Maybe
I
add something. I
I
don't know.
I don't think but that's a good question. Minor illusion. Let me look it up really quick, and then and then I'm going to get over to you, Elvis. Um, you create a sound or an image of an object within range to last for the duration. So you can't color if you create an image, right? So you don't actually change the color of anything.
I can
That's
change the appearance of something. Yes, I create something. Okay, then I will change anything.
some kind of sounds or a chair, muddy footprints, a small chest, no larger than a 5 foot, and that image is silent. It's only just an image. Yeah. So a minor illusion is essentially like a hologram.
Yes. It can be used to change the appearance of something, just appear at something. Okay,
Can it?
okay. Then I will just drop my disguise
Oh,
and continue moving. In a different area from where they were searching.
I mean, your ability, you can take the you can. I mean, there's other carriages moving around. I mean, you could just take the if you wanted to. I presume your ability, you could steal someone else's identity, like, right? Is that how this works? You're kind of like Mystique. You can just like
Yes,
look
yes,
at someone and just
yes. I can change into anything.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
No. So I would like to do some other carriage driver. Yeah, you're right.
okay,
I
yeah, just
want people to
like
know my appearance.
okay, all right. I hope that all sounds logical, right? What just happened? Okay, Elvis, back to you. What are you up to? Sorry, it's you're kind of
Right, that's right.
separate from the group here. So.
No. It's absolutely fine, Kai. Once they've left, I'll finish the letter to my mother.
Mm-hmm.
I'm then going to write the other letter, which is
Mm-hmm.
in the Elvis thing.
Yeah. Yes.
I'm then going to take 89 gold and add that on top of the ledger and wrap. Well, actually, I'm going to wrap the ledger and the second letter together, addressed to Oscar. Then the first letter with the gold wrapped up as well, and then wrap them all together in a parcel. Then I need to find Hector.
Yes.
And once I find
Okay.
Hector, I will say, if we get deliveries downstairs, we need a code name for our room. Something that sounds like it belongs in the academy, but could be anything. I suggest the Rose Suite.
Oh. Yes. Sure.
Right?
By the way, you find them you find them half asleep, spread out in this like room that's not far from you.
Hector,
Cup.
wake up.
Yeah.
I've sought you out
Yes.
specifically. I need you
Yes.
to listen. This is important. From now on, as a code, our room will be known as the Rose Suite. Understand?
Oh, yes. Of course,
I need
it's
you to
brilliant.
take this in because I need you to let all the guards know that any deliveries, which will all be made to the servants' quarters, by the servants' entrance, are to go to the Rose Suite. They are to admit anyone who gives them the password La Vie en Rose. And they are allowed to stay in that suite.
Hold me close.
You understand?
Well, yes. Oh, this is exciting. This is like a
Day in
this is
the
like a
life, mate. Day in the life. But, any deliveries for us? The Rose Suite. Anyone asks for the Rose Suite, they'll give you the password La Vie en Rose. Okay? Is that understood?
yes, of course. Yes, of course, Monsieur Elvis.
Repeat it back to me.
Very good. So your room, it is now going to be using the special code word, the Rose Suite. Yes. Oh, this is like we are part of the Musketeers. And then any deliveries, of course, we should always go through the back and the servants' entrance because we are doing things that need not to be seen by eyes that need not know. They will always be sent to the Rose Suite. Yes.
If anyone needs to wait for me, they will give what password?
The secret password is Levion Rouge.
La Vie en Rose, perfect. Okay. Make sure the guards know as soon as possible. You understand?
Yes, of course. I will.
Thank you, Hector. Thank you for your time. I know you appreciate the importance of this.
Very good, very good. I will tell the others.
And I'd like to
Oh,
wander around and try and go to the same stop that we found the taxi driver in last time,
okay, sure.
and try and find the taxi driver.
I mean, yeah, it takes you a while. I mean, it takes you a little bit, but you eventually see him. He's sleeping on his, his head's down. You can hear him snoring.
Patrice. I think we named him Patrice Vieira, didn't we? Or Patrick? Or was that someone else? Okay. Can we name him now?
Yes. I mean, okay. I don't think we gave him a name, right?
Let's call
That's what I'm.
Yeah, I was about to say, Kai, or I mean Charles. You meant La Vie en Rose, right? Not Levy and Rose, right? That's the password.
V en Rose.
Yeah.
I mispronounced it.
Yeah, I got really confused there for a sec because Kai typed Levy and Rose, so I was like, oh, wait, what?
I didn't know how to write it.
But I reckon this guy will call Sylvain.
Okay, so far.
Sylvain Wiltor. I'll write that down if you like.
Okay, yeah, right, like that. Or you write it. Okay.
Uh,
He's like nope,
It's
like you write
definitely not another Arsenal player.
it.
Anyway, and I'll say, Sylvain, wake up.
He's like, what's it? Oh, hello. Oh,
How you doing, mate? All right.
yeah. Oh, I remember you.
Yeah, you did a good job for us the other night. We paid you well, remember?
Oh, right. Yeah, I do. You got something else?
I got something regular if you want it.
Well, sir, of course. I'm the man for you.
Okay. First of all, this package, I need you to take it to, and I give them the address of my mother in the Quartier Ouvrier.
Okay.
Do not let it out of your sight. It is of the utmost importance. Do you understand?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes. Yes. Like I've never seen you. I've never seen this. We never had this conversation, right?
Exactly. Second of all,
right, man.
Second of all, next week, this day, I need you to go to this address, and I give them Oscar's address, and go to that address every other week. Knock on the door. Oscar will open. If he has something for you, great. If not, walk away. You will get paid either way. Understood?
Yes, sir. Yes.
You bring it to me at the academy, but the servants' entrance. Ask for the Rose Room and give the password La Vie en Rose. Make sure you give it to a guard, not a servant. Right? That is the password. You keep the document on you. Yeah?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All of this will be in the letter, by the way, Kai.
Okay.
For your reference. Second letter. Okay. Money. Let's talk money. So, to take this parcel today, how much do you want?
What'd you pay him last time?
Well, I can't
trying to
remember.
think.
That was for a taxi.
I think you guys gave him like
for the whole night. So,
yeah, I think that was like you guys gave him like 5 gold for that whole taxi service. I'm like and he's like how about 10 silver?
call it 2 gold.
Oh, yeah.
I'm here, sorry.
Yeah?
Yeah.
2 gold.
Sure, sir.
To you?
2 gold. Yes, sir.
I'm
Yes,
not
sir.
doing-
Yeah.
By the way, I'm not doing a glaive. I know that that's twice as much as he asked for. But
Yeah.
And then
Yes,
also,
sir.
and for your weekly trips, as it's a weekly thing, we'll call it a gold a time. Does that make sense?
Well, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes. Oh,
let's give
well,
you more. Let's call it 1 gold, 5 silver.
all right, sir.
And
I'll
what
take
you're
that.
paying for with that money, which, as you know, is lavishly fucking expensive, is your secrecy and your loyalty. If I find out that you are not as trustworthy as I think, I will kill you. That is part of the deal. Do you understand?
And he just smiles, sort of like leaves his face when you say that. Yeah, yes, sir.
Mm,
If you accept that risk, which is entirely up to you, you know, you don't have to do this. I'll let you walk away. But if you do this, you need to understand the stakes. Understood?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh,
And
oh,
what do you tell
all right.
your wife, your best friends, your priest about this deal?
About what deal, sir?
Exactly. So I'll hand over the 2 gold for today, and I'll say I'll pay
Okay.
you in advance for 3 weeks. So that would be 3 gold plus 3 gold plus
Anthony, you're not muting and
4
breathing really
gold.
hard into your mind.
Oh, my bad.
4 gold, 4
Well,
gold.
so it was
Kind
two.
of a bit creepy.
Yeah.
It was weird. So it was 2 gold per packages, right? For the package runs, and
2
one and
gold,
a
no,
half.
it was 1 gold 50 for the package runs, 2 gold for the
Oh
initial
yeah,
delivery of this parcel.
gotcha. Okay. So
So I'm paying
then
him
if you're
for
gonna do
3
like
up
week,
per week.
yeah, so per week. So
He only
3.
has to work
Yeah,
1
so it's gonna be
pack,
3.
4 gold 50
So
a
it's
time.
4.5.
Isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. 4.5 gold,
Gold
and
and
then like
5.
another 2 gold for for this particular run, right?
That's right. So 6 gold and 5
Yeah,
silver.
6 point. Yeah,
And remember,
yeah,
I've
6
taken,
gold. 5 silver.
I've got 85 gold going to me mum.
Yes. Okay. Okay. 6 gold, 5 silver for the next 2 weeks. All right.
So
Cool.
let me do it all
Yes.
at once. 85 plus 6.5 equals 91.5. You'd have thought I could do that myself, but no, I used a calculator. Okay, and I'll say, I'm trusting you. Don't let me down.
Yes, sir. No, of course not, sir. Don't worry. Well, you got me in your pocket. Well, I'm gonna do right by you. You do right by me.
Thank you, Silver. Goodbye. And I leave and go back and wait for the others.
Okay. All right. All right. Very good. Very good. Very good. Oops. All right.
And I'll tell you the
Um,
letter again, but it'll be done in 30 seconds.
guys, I'm gonna go quickly grab just a drink and just a little bit of food real fast. I mean, just 2 minutes. I'm just gonna be right back.
That's fun.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You guys
Okay.
tell me. Think about what you want to do next. What's your next move?
Right. So we're still in the back of this carriage, right? Me and Braegar.
Yep. Yeah, I was puffing before. I didn't mean to be
Yeah, I know.
blowing in the mic.
Yeah.
I was
That's
just
what I thought.
I was exhaling smoke.
Yeah, we guessed what was happening, really.
Yeah.
It got kind of regular. A little bit too regular. But yeah. Like, you weren't just doing that. Maybe you were having a bumpkin.
Yeah, I was having
Blumpkin. A Blumpkin.
Yeah.
That's how you spell it, Charles.
Thanks, man. I'll be sure to look that up.
I wonder if it has its own category on Pornhub. How are you guys doing in general, like with this quarantine stuff? How is it in England? Because in England, it's pretty like you can't really go outside, can you, Charles? Charles, go on. Please come up what a Blumpkin is.
Am I, oh, I was muted. Yeah, no, it's alright. The general rule is you can go out for exercise locally.
Yeah.
You can go out and, travel to do exercise as long as the exercise doesn't exceed. As long as the travel doesn't exceed the exercise. But don't abuse it, because don't take the piss, or they will tell you, not arrest you.
Though I'm pretty sure that will give you a fine, right? Yeah.
Yeah. But for me, I fucking hate exercise. So it's not really different. I mean, I find it disgusting. People who do exercise should be shot too, especially
Back to you,
basketball.
Charles. That call was actually about me becoming a coach next year. He was asking me if I was down for it.
You're gonna ferry people to and from venues.
No, Charles, no.
Not
I'm going to
like
be a basketball coach. I'm going to be commanding little 12-year-olds around, telling them to hit the floor, or else I'll drop kick them.
just got this vision in my head of this little blue kobold with a whistle round its neck, talking to really tall 12-year-olds, going, "Come on, basket, go for 3 points." You know, all of that stuff. Well, that's good news. Did you want to do that, or did someone make you do it?
No, I want to do it.
Well, congratulations then.
Thank you. Should be excited. Because we don't know when the season will start, but, you know, when this whole thing is over, we will get more clear.
I mean, everything's up in the air at the moment, mate.
But that will likely mean that I'll have to drop out Saturday games again.
Don't be a dick. We'll miss you. You know that British people
Okay,
have
I'm back.
people most that they love them.
I know. Right. I visit England like 3 or 4 times a year, Charles. My best friend lives there.
Yeah, well, after Brexit, I'm going to say, don't let this man in. Fucking
Okay.
Ow.
So, Shay, eventually, Senor Monsieur Dumont returns to you. Speaks something to the guard, and he sort of spends a couple minutes pleasantly saying, what did you enjoy the cordial, and are you comfortable? Blah, 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 blah. And
What's gonna take long?
and then he says, well, Master Lucian is not quite awake, and but I believe he would be willing to. How can I say? Perhaps have a pleasant morning surprise, of course. So,
That was the plan.
yes, why don't you come with me, and I will take you upstairs.
Thank you.
And so, you go up, and
And I would like to
You go up.
memorize the directions to his room. So, down the hall, up the stairs.
roll an intelligence check
Okay.
to see how successful you are at memorizing all this.
Oh, whoops, that was a save. Oh well, same thing.
Yeah, just no, just straight 18, right? You don't have an advantage
No,
on or
I
anything.
had a
So.
0 in it. Like a 0 modifier.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. You have a fairly good memory, right, of how you came in. Maybe the windows are as you go up this grand staircase. You go to the left, go down the hallway, go up another set of stairs. A short flight, and eventually, yeah, just please sit here. I I believe you will be. Let me let me awaken the master and just tell him that you are here. And so, yes. So eventually, you it doesn't take long for just a couple of minutes. The uh, Dumont brings out a wan looking Lucian. He is just in one of those long sort of like bed shirts. It's mostly open, his chest exposed. He's bleary eyed, and he's oh well, it is my lucky day. Oh well, hello, my dear. Where have you been? Dumont, you said that there was a special guest, but you did not tell me it was so special. You see, he's kind of half swooning a little bit, and he actually takes a little time just to rest his hand on Dumont. He's like, oh, perhaps I will need a drink. Dumont, please bring us some wine. That is the best way to wake in the morning. This is, lifts the spirits. Yes. He sort of, Dumont, help me to my chair, please. Perhaps I was up too late last night.
Allow me, and I move and put my arm around his waist to like steady him and help him over to the chair.
Okay, yeah. Oh, and he he smiles as you do this. Like waves his hand. Quickly, Dumont, the wine.
Ah,
Now, you can. He's quite pale looking this morning.
Just what I was wondering.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
And he's like,
more and more suspicious of him as time goes on.
Well, now that you're with him, he pulls you tight, and he's like, "Oh, oh, my dear, I do not know why you disappeared last night. Mm, I am so sorry. I was rude. I did not. I should have come looking for you. I was distracted, you see. But
Well,
oh,
when we got
really,
separated, everything it got crazy, and there were just a sea of people that seemed to be separating us, and it was all hot and intense, and everything was just swirling, and I don't even recall how I got home, but I ended up waking up, and I felt so devastated that I left you there all alone. I had to come and apologize.
oh well, no apologies needed, my dear. Not for you. Come. And he starts like, he's looking at your corset. He's he's running his finger down your neck and across the corset. And again, he's getting all handsy. And he's
So
like,
where's this
Don't.
wine?
Um, yeah, well, I expect Dumont will bring it soon. Dumont, the wine! He screams. He's like, oh, if that was your first time, I remember my first time. Yes, some of the mm, experiences are unique, you see. But I knew that you would appreciate it, yes. You must keep quiet, my dear, of these things, you know. Others at the Academy do not understand. They are not so open-minded as you and I. Yes, they do not understand. Uh, True liberty is to cast off the these shackles of society and expectations and habits and rules. They're for fools. And great people like us, we need no such thing. Yeah, the world is ours to take and do with it as we wish. I can see you understand. Others would have run crawling home to their mothers, but not you. You have run crawling back. Oh, come.
I understand completely.
And that's your passive perception. Um, It's not
My
hard for
passive
you
perception's 13.
to notice as he moves around, and he's like, "Oh, help me!" And again, he's like, "I kind of there's like a table nearby here, like a table, I mean, yeah, like a small table." He, you see him. He grabs some stuff. He spills. A glass breaks, shatters. He picks up, and he gets this another like a little ornate, little box. Opens it up. He puts his fingernail in it. It's kind of longish. He grabs some black powder, some snuff. He starts snorting it. He says, "Would you want some? That'll help us
Oh,
wake up in the
no
morning."
thanks. No, thank you. I don't imbibe so early in the morning.
Can you
Well,
snuff of that?
what you do notice is that um, his there is some red, small red stains um, on the edge of his nightshirt. Right, so those nightshirts kind of like it opens low, it's like a V neck, and has those little tie. Like you got to tie it together almost to close it. And these things, and you do notice that he has two um two little scars on him
So I
in
would
the
like to
tip.
take like an inhale close to him and see, does this blood smell like his? Does it smell like him?
Mm-hmm. Roll a perception check.
Oh
You
shit,
can't
I know
tell.
nothing.
You can't tell. But when you get close, and he's like, "Oh," and like you're trying to, he turns and he tries to kiss you. Do you let, or are you playing coy? Eve, are you there?
I'll let him.
Okay, fine. Yeah. Then he makes his move, and he starts to kiss you passionately. His wandering hands wander.
Are we
And he's like, "Oh,
interrupted by wine yet? She hopes.
yes, 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 that's fine." And eventually, yes, and at this point, Dr. Dumont comes in. He's like, "Sir, master, your wine. Here we go." Right as this is happening, of course, and and he sort of straightens up, right, and he yeah, yes, of course, Master Dumont, of course, thanks. And it's like, the lady, she says that she has knows you from the academy. I see that you seem to be certainly know each other. Is this correct? Oh yes, 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 of course, yes. Someone who's come to the academy, and I really don't know what she does, but does it matter? And then it's Dumont's like, yes, Master Monsieur, could Lucien, can I please have a word with you? And he's like, what? What? Can't you see I'm enjoying myself? I'm busy. I just want to. And he pours himself, grabs a glass of wine, he downs it. He's like, and then Dumont starts speaking to him in French, in a kind of fast and mildly scolding manner.
I would like to smell the wine.
Yeah, okay. It is yours or his, or it's yours. I mean, it's rich bouquet. It's very expensive.
Both.
Whatever this is, it's not like church wine, so to speak, right? Or like the kind of lower rock, cheap rot gut that you might get around in the Ophir Cotier, in the Cotier Ophir. So, uh, but you don't smell anything unusual in the wine. Um,
It smells like wine.
it smells like wine. It smells like normal wine.
Okay.
So, and he's like, "Excuse me, my dear, I am." My steward wishes to speak to me. Oh, so boring. But
Yes, I
what
know.
can I?
I'm guessing it must be about that carriage and the stuff that happened in town or on my way here today. You
Well,
know, there were officers and a criminal, and they commandeered my cab, and oh, it was awful.
oh, yeah, yes, I believe that must be the issue. But was there a problem? Did, did you trust this police officer? I'm sorry, this city guard? That's very unusual, my dear. Were you safe? Did you feel harmed?
No, I was very safe, and the officer let me go, no trouble, and the driver brought me here, and oh, so
Yes,
terribly
yes.
foolish
This
of me. I didn't get his name. It was your driver. I ran into him.
my driver from last night. You mean, you mean
Yeah, the driver that took us on our date.
Gerardo?
Was that his name? I feel so terribly stupid. I didn't ask.
Yeah. How did you? How did you stumble onto Girardot? Huh, what strange things! Yes. Hmm.
It was very strange indeed. He I guess was delivering something to the academy and was leaving, and I was like, "Hey, I remember you," and I asked him to bring me to you.
Okay. Could you roll a deception?
Sure. I'm good at this.
It sounds like my character Shadowbane whispering to himself before he has to do anything. I am good at this. I am the best.
I can do this.
I'm pretty sure Charles can confirm that.
I mean,
Okay.
yeah. It's like
Never.
he's already he's half asleep. He's a bit drunk. He's like looking at you. He's like, it is that is very well. I guess it is a good piece of luck for me. My dear, please have some more wine. Let me just take care of what I must with Dumont. Oh, he's probably going to talk about this. He's whispering. Sir, Monsieur, really, we must speak now. Yes, yes. It's fine. It is fine, dear Eve. And he like sniffs your hair and he
Hurry
kisses your neck.
back.
Of course. And he goes out of the room.
As he goes out of the room, I roll my eyes a little bit and take a look around.
Okay. Well, this room is covered to mess here, right? It's like the sitting room in front of his bedroom type of thing. These guys have like these kind of rich master suites. It's almost like a mini apartment essentially. And there's like empty, there's empty, wine bottles everywhere here. There's definitely, multiple silver cave containers full of celestial powder and all sorts of other unknown substances that you're not really quite familiar with at all. He, it smells a bit messy. What are you looking for? I'm gonna roll an investigation check. In particular? Because it's all on the surface. It's easy to see. It's literally on the tables.
Is his bed
I'm
like
sorry.
a 4-poster canopy bed with
Oh.
dark curtains?
Of course it is. It's extravagant, right?
Of course
Absolutely.
it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
And are there any mirrors in the room?
Yeah. Oh yeah. There are mirrors on the ceiling and pink champagne on ice. No, I'm not kidding. No. Now there's some there's a mirror. There's definitely he's got a mirror, like a dressing mirror there. So you definitely have that.
Does he have a bookshelf in his room?
Oh yes, there's a bookshelf out here in like the sitting area.
But not in the room.
Not in the room, no.
Okay.
You roll an investigation check, I guess.
Yes.
I guess so. Okay. A couple other things you noticed. There's clothing and a mess here of stuff. You can definitely tell that there was a trying to eat that there's women's undergarments that have been left around here. There's like at least two, and perhaps even a part of a petticoat or something. Like so, somebody left behind their clothing here, and it's like just thrown on the bed. It's basically it's on the four-post bed. And you definitely notice that there is
their clothing, or did they not make it out?
well, we're not sure. There's blood. You do notice that there's a little bit of there's some drops of blood on the bed sheets.
Hearing Madonna in their heads.
So this guy either has a kinky blood fetish or he's a vampire.
So as again you're looking around, and
Or someone's trying to turn him into one.
and you notice that on the bed there are silken ropes.
Well, as fun as this
That have been
looks,
tied to the bedpost. I'm sorry, what'd you say?
I said, well, as fun as this looks, I should probably be on my way.
Well, it's up to you.
We're like, what, 3 stories up? Is his room on the 3rd floor?
Kyle, you're muted.
I'm sorry. I muted myself because I was eating. No, it's essentially on the 2nd floor. Really, you went up a little flight of stairs. It wasn't like a full. It's like almost like 2.5 somehow.
Okay, I would like to go to the windows and see if there is a nice ledge that I could climb down.
Oh, the bedroom window has a balcony, and there's a balcony. You can climb. Open there's French doors open. There's a balcony. There's trellises. There's ivy.
So I have
What are you
my
gonna do?
escape route planned for if I need it. And for now, I'm just going to open up the door and see if they're standing and like talking right outside the door. And I would, if they are, I'd be like, well, excuse me, I hate to interrupt, but I really did need to be on my way. I had an appointment that I can't be late for today.
And they sort of turn around and go, oh. He's like, He's like, and Dumont is like, well, of course, my dear. It has been, I'm sure it is wonderful. Yeah, Monsieur Lucien, I believe it. You need to rest. It is probably better to our guests perhaps come back later tonight, if that is what you wish.
Shall I get a cab or?
He's like, no, my dear. No. I will get my coachman to take you to wherever you need to go. Do not worry about this. And he's like, they kind of, and then you see Dumont and him argue a little bit in high mortgage. And he says,
I will
yes,
kiss him goodbye.
Oh, okay. Mm. And he appreciates it, and lingers on that kiss passionately with you. Runs his hands
Can't
about.
have him getting suspicious if I'm always like
Yeah,
turning
you
him
gotta keep
down.
on. You
But
gotta wrap him around your finger and keep on pulling him
just a little
along.
bit.
Yeah. So he definitely does a bit of he holds you tight, and it's a passionate kiss, and he's running
I will be back
about.
later tonight when you're feeling better. Please get some
Yes,
rest.
and you can see he's like, his face is kind of flush. He's like, I am feeling very weak. I do not know why. Normally, perhaps I must drink more wine, eh, Dumont? Eh? I understand it's a health tonic. And of course, Mr. My Dumont will let you out, my steward, and we will arrange for our family cab to take you to where you need to go, of course. And so Dumont takes you down and takes you outside. You can see Dumont is eyeing you quite suspiciously the whole time. He's like, or where exactly would you need to go, Miss?
I would like to be taken back to the Academy of Science, please.
No, but of course. It should be no problem. He said, please wait here. He takes you outside in front of the fountain, right? He calls one of the many liveried guards is around. He barks some orders at him. In a couple of minutes, somebody pulls up in a ornate, extremely ornate carriage with the family crest on it, and it's gold and gilded and silver and yammity schmackety. It's like, wow. And a well dressed and liveried, right, rider comes in, opens the door, helps you in, right? And then there's two of them, and they get up along with a guard that is riding on the back, and off you go.
Okay, so
All right.
I would like to tell him to take whatever street, where we dropped those guys off, so I can like lean out the carriage and like give a little wave as I go by, so that they know I'm like they're not waiting there for me.
Well, I I'm sorry, I was just reading some of the messages.
Oh,
They're not where you left them.
carriage? We need that carriage.
They're
They're
not.
not where we left them.
Nope, they are not.
Okay, well, hopefully
And you
they
do notice,
know to meet me back at the academy.
and as you do notice, there's like which you didn't notice this morning. There's patrols of. It looks like part of these, from like different. There's like different patrols now from these like different noble houses. You can tell they're all kind of wearing slightly different livery, different clothing, different crests. They're all walking around. They seem to be much more active than they were just 2 hours ago.
Okay, so I act
and you
perfectly
note-
natural, eyes forward, just like a Richie Rich person would be, kind of down your nose at everybody else, and face forward, and don't acknowledge anyone from the carriage.
No one can see you inside the carriage. It's got curtains and everything, right? If you want to hide, it's perfectly fine.
Yes, hide from the sun too.
Yeah, and yes, and passive perception 13. And I would say if you're looking around here and there, you probably would have noticed at some point, because it wasn't too far. It was kind of where you left them. That city guardman has gotten other city guards, and they're talking to a patrol of these aristocratic guards. Okay, gentlemen, I'm sorry. Back to Braegar and Nikholai and Herbie. Sorry that what do you guys want? What have you guys been doing?
Okay,
Well, I think we've been driving around away from where everything happened. but we don't know what happened with him. So yeah, we're in a bit of a predicament here.
Yeah.
How much time has passed since everything
Oh,
happened?
I must have been. Eve must have been in there at least an hour. At least an hour, hour and a half.
Okay. So we've been
So
driving around in a
Braegar,
big circle
Herbie,
for
what do you
like an
think we
hour.
should do? I mean, we can't just go back there.
We've been driving in a circle for like an hour and a half.
I mean,
Big circles.
yeah. Look, and again, within that hour and a half, you would have noticed what I said, that
Mm.
the amount of patrols, like now active guards, in other words, the private guards
Mm.
from these houses, are now walking the streets.
Well, I think maybe we should not take any more chances. Maybe we should leave, and I don't think it will be hard for her to find her way back. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I'd rather not leave the cleric. But
Would you have circled back? So now here's the problem. Okay, so how might you, Evangeline, and you guys, can you think you can like pass each other? Can someone give me a good story as to how and why your carriage might pass each other, or you might be able to see sight of each other?
Even if the
So
carriage did, I
I
don't think we would see if. Sorry, sorry.
I would
No.
maybe ask the driver of my carriage, be like, it is not so often that I get to come down here. I'm sorry. Would you mind terribly just like showing me around a little bit? Like I'd love to familiarize myself a little more with the area as I will be hopefully visiting more frequently.
He's like, of course, wherever it is that you should wish to go. Yes, and yeah, so you can perambulate the carriage around, in which point you will eventually notice, maybe off on a road, like maybe not running towards you, but you can kind of notice out of the corner of your eye, another black carriage could be, and get, if you tell him to follow, say eventually you guys can pass each other. Right?
Okay, well when I
And that
see
maybe
the
takes.
carriage, I will say, "Oh, hey, look. That's my driver from this morning. What's his name? What did he say his name was?
Huh.
Oh,
But the problem is it isn't, because he
oh,
changed
right.
he changed costumes. So you're like, so you see a black carriage and you're like, oh, but Nikholai,
Oh,
are,
wait.
are you looking as
That's not
yourself?
him.
no, he said it was changing into something else.
Yeah, so you're just some random person. So here's the problem: you see a carriage, and hmm, and there's other carriages here. That's a problem. But this is the only. I will say this is the only carriage you notice that doesn't have like like any kind of um, noble crest on it.
Oh, hey, that's the carriage that brought me here. I wonder. I mean, it's a cab from another district. It's, just a cab, but I wonder if he needs help. I mean, surely he must have lost his way if he's still wandering around in this district.
Yes, that is
Hey,
true.
would I be able to recognize
Would you go see him?
the emblem on the carriage? Would I be able to recognize the emblem on the carriage that belongs to Boiselot?
Roll an intelligence check. See if you remember the crest at the front of the gate. That's definitely the crest that was at the front of the gatehouse the of where of the mansion where you left um, Eve. So
Yes,
that is
I
definitely
guess
there's definitely boy solo quest.
I believe
Correct.
I would follow it. Maybe. I mean,
Okay.
do crashes go out about a lot from the houses? I don't know. Would I be able to make the connection? Is that logical? I don't know.
Yeah, you roll an intelligence check. you say you noticed it. You thought, you could follow it. You have no idea what's happened to Evangeline. You could just pull up to it if you want. There's all sorts of things you could do. All I'm saying is you recognize that is a carriage that bears the crest of the noble house where you dropped off Evangeline.
So I noticed the carriage.
Driver, could we please stop and maybe he could simply follow us back to the academy or to wherever he knows his way?
Yes, of course. If you wish me to help. Yes, of course. Of course. Whatever you wish, I am at your command. There we go. And so the carriages meet. The rider of your carriage starts speaking in his very accented low Mordantish. It's almost like he's. You notice it's like he's faking the high Mordantish accent. In a way, but yeah. And so, I just to say it real quick. And so, Nikholai, this fancy carriage comes, and the carriage rider starts talking to you and asking you if you're lost and what's going on.
So looking this carriage, maybe I would ask the carriage drivers. So there was this beautiful lady that came in Monsieur Lucien's house today. Did you notice her? Is she still there? I mean, it was striking.
I'll open the back curtain and maybe open the door to the carriage, and I will say, "You're the nice man who brought me here this morning. Are you lost? Do you need to follow us back to the academy?"
No, Shay, I'm not the same person. I changed. I'm
Well,
random.
he doesn't know that. He doesn't.
Yeah, right. It doesn't.
Okay.
Yeah, sure, he does.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Yeah.
Oh.
No. Okay. So that encounter happens, right? You kind of get it, and go ahead, and you guys can follow each other back, right, as needed.
Oh yes, it is very kind of you. Please lead on.
All right. I'll close the door to the carriage.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
Off it goes.
Kai, do I get a good look at this carriage?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you can.
What does the emblem look like? What does it look like it's made of?
Oh, the emblem is what's on the side of the doors
crest,
of this carriage.
Yeah.
The crest is. I haven't made the noble crest, but I mean, it's made out of gold and silver gilding, and it's quite fancy. Yeah.
Okay.
So, and this is like a very ornate, like super luxe cab. Right, everything about it is custom made, carven. There's gilding and silver and gold all over it. It's just it's probably worth more than 5 blocks worth of tenement houses. But you get a good look at it and you memorize the crest. When you look at the crest, you can remember it later. That's totally fine.
Okay, once we start getting closer to our neighborhood, following the cart,
mm-hmm.
I would like to hop out with Herbie.
Okay. All right, then you hop out, and this would be in the Courtier Public.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you still dressed as a cop?
Yeah, I haven't taken off my uniform, so yeah.
No problem. No problem. Just confirming. Yeah. All right. You got dropped off, and Evangeline, this cab is going to take you, direct to the Academy of Sciences.
All right, and I'm going to pull up right out front because I'm in his carriage. Why not?
Yeah. Here you're coming out of, this is like, you've just shown up in clearly a noble person's, carriage, and you get out. You're dressed very nicely anyway, right? So you're dressed for battle, and you can, when you do that, and everyone looks at the crest, people look at it, right? And you see people when you get off, they see you, right? Because there's always these noble, aristocratic They're always coming in and out and loitering around up front, smoking, so forth and so on, and they'd see you. And there's a little bit of a wave of chattering as you get out. And the coachman, of course, let you out elegantly and
I just
bow to you.
smile and wave like royalty and walk on. And actually, once I get like halfway across the courtyard to the doors, I'll just like turn and go around the building and go in the back entrance.
Right. Okay. Okay. No problem. You could make your way to the gardens, right, in the back, right?
Yes.
So to speak. Okay, very good. All right, and then Nikholai, how are you guys? Braegar, what are you gonna? Well, actually, Nikholai, you can drive the carriage. You don't know where. You can try and go park it in the back of the science building, the Academy of Sciences.
Well, we put it in
So-
the.
I would put it in the stable, yes, where
Yeah.
we. I would put it in the stable.
Oh, I didn't hear any of that. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Nikholai. What did you say?
I would park it at the stables again, where
Okay.
we took it from.
Same stables, no problem. That means you're going to have to go walking back, or meet up with Braegar and Herbie.
I think they left the carriage, so I'm
Yeah,
just get there and I will return to the academy.
Okay, eventually. Braegar and Herbie, is there anything in particular you're trying to do? Are you going to like separate from each other?
No, no.
Or you're still playing?
What we're doing is we're waiting to see when that cart comes back.
Mhm.
The rich guy's carriage comes back.
Aha.
And
Wait, are we gonna rob him?
Yeah, We're stealing those fucking crests.
Oh.
I'm still dressed like a cop. You're dressed like a weirdo little criminal. We're gonna be
I've
carriage.
Still
Okay.
got my
Car-
police number on your epaulette. I'm gonna fucking kill you.
I do. So, I just want to just jack the crest. We don't have to kill the guy, but he's in a bad neighborhood, right?
Well, Quartier Public is not a bad neighborhood.
Well,
you guys are in a heavily. Remember, you're in a heavily. The Quartier Public, it's like Washington D.C., like the mall, the Washington Mall. It's not. It ain't the ghetto. So
Okay.
that's not going to be. That wouldn't be easy to do. Like,
Okay.
It's still highly patrolled. I mean, you could try, but it's not. You're not in Quartier yet. Right?
I got you.
Well done,
Okay.
Braegar.
Braegar, I have an idea.
Yeah.
So, what if you distract him by asking for his papers, why he's here, etc., that sort of stuff?
And then you sneak
While you're
onto the
while you're
cart.
doing that, yeah, and I jack the shit.
Yeah, okay, that's a fantastic idea. I was just gonna try to put him to sleep and rob it, but
So let me understand. So you guys are gonna. You're gonna attack the cart, right?
no,
Or you're
no.
gonna-
I'm gonna wait in the street to see when it comes, and then I'm gonna flag it down.
He's gonna apprehend it. Yeah, he's gonna apprehend.
I'm gonna pull it over, and I'm just gonna talk with it like a basic traffic stop, you know.
Okay. Sure. Gotcha. All right. Yeah. I mean, eventually, you see it, coming back down the main road, right, from the Academy of Sciences, and it's probably going to make its way to some kind of traffic circle, and in a sense, right, and make its way back south. So you are able to flag it down, I suppose,
Mm-hmm.
and then it's the riders stop. Yes. Excuse me. What is that?
There's been a kidnapping. Just gotta check all the carts. Make sure the child is not in your cart being stowed away.
Excuse me. This is ridiculous. Of course, it is not. This cart belongs to
Of course,
the family.
Of course, it's not. I'm just doing what the higher ups tell me to do.
Kai, are the crests on the outside of the cart or on the inside of the cart?
No, it's
Or what are
the
what
crest
what?
on the outside part, right? Like it's one of these like crazy,
Right.
Ornate French
but
carriage.
yeah. But also remember, there's a armed guard in the back. that's like writing on the back end of the.
Problem, no problem. For I am the magnificent Herbie Tea Leaf, and I will do.
And so
Everything in
where
my
were
power.
you during this whole thing, Herbie? The
Alright, so
Chief?
I would have been hiding in an alleyway, like a bit back. So when the car came out, I would have waited like 5 seconds, and then start trailing it. Could you like, where's the armed guard? So is he like on the back of the carriage, like in the open, or is the carriage closed, or like what?
No, he's he's riding in the back, like open air. Like I'm trying to find like what some of these characters look like to get a sense of how ridiculous these things look like. Here, this is perfect. Because the point is, it's like there's like seating in the back because it's so.
Yeah,
it's made in a way so that you can essentially protect it.
All right.
So one, hide in a place close to me, right? So when I stop
Yeah,
it, all
yeah.
you have to do is dip right out and just make a straight line to the side of the cart. We're stealing one emblem.
Okay, we're just stealing one. Okay.
Yeah.
So what Herbie is gonna do? First, I'm gonna inspect. I'm gonna from the alleyway while this car is being held up. Which way is the guy looking? Which way is the guy in the back looking? What is he doing?
The guy's looking at Braegar. He's intensely
Right.
focused on Braegar.
So,
Right.
Kyle,
Which way is Braegar standing?
let's say I'm in like the front headlight of an American car's driver. Okay.
Gotcha. Yep.
That's where the horse is. All right. We want to steal the thing that's on the passenger side.
Yes.
So I'm
So
trying to
he's
get
looking
the
at the-
attention to everybody by me at the front headlight, so nobody's looking, at the side.
All right. So in that case, then I'm gonna go up to the cart, being as quiet as I can, trying to not make any like noise.
What side are you on?
I'm on the passenger side, so Braegar and I were waiting on like opposite ends of the alleyway.
Okay, so again, it's not an alleyway. You guys are in kind of
Yeah, the street. We were waiting on opposite sides of the street. Yeah.
and these are heavily trafficked, like relatively busy roads. Yeah. So how are you going to do this? You're going to have to roll some kind of sneak check.
Yeah, all right. So I want to
It'll be hard.
kind of wade through the crowd. Like use my halfling skills.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure my halfling. Yeah, you can attempt to hide even when you're obscured by a creature that's only one size larger than you. So I assume like there's just medium-sized people walking around, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So I'm gonna be trying to like hide behind them, while walking to the carriage, like constantly like sneaking next to a person, without making like too much. I guess that they notice.
Okay.
And then if I do get to the carriage without being noticed, what kind of check do I need to make? Do I need to inspect it first to see what kind of check I need to make to get it off?
Let's see. So you have a 14. Yeah, that's okay. It's not many people paid attention. Well, I mean, it you know what? Imagine it's like a wooden. It's like something carved out of wood, right? And painted, and then it's slapped on the side of this of the door.
Yeah. So I would be stealing like the silver thing in the middle, right? That's what I would be stealing. Yeah.
You see the last thing that I made, the last one.
Yeah. That's what I was talking about.
Except instead of it being painted, it's actually almost like a raised wooden material that's on top of it, right? It's not merely painted.
All right. So am I gonna have to get my crowbar out for this one?
Yeah, you'd have to try and essentially rip off this piece of wood, emblazon that that's
All
been
right. So
crafted onto the side of this vehicle.
is that carriage that tall? Like, would it be the same tall?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, that's
right. In that case, I'm gonna get on my knees under it, swing my backpack, take my backpack off my back, grab my crowbar from it, and then from under the carriage, I'm gonna try and like pry it off with my crowbar. What do you want me to roll for that?
Okay, I think, and Anthony, you can correct me on this. I think that just sounds like kind of a strength test as he tries to pry this off.
Yeah, that's it.
I don't think it's an.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Athletics. Strength.
So Kai, if I hear a noise, I'm gonna prestidigitate, like a sound, like on the other side of the street, like 30 feet away.
Okay. Yes, that might be a good idea because you probably yourself see. You wouldn't even notice Herbie though. You don't know. You know Herbie's kind of doing stuff. You kind of see him like suddenly disappears, and you're like not too sure, but he must be trying to do something. Sure. Cast precipitation.
If I hear like a noise, like obviously I know he's gonna have to try to rip this thing off, and it's gonna make a noise. So like if I start hearing it, I'm gonna sneeze and make the prestidigitation make my voice a lot louder than normal, to elicit a response to everybody to look at me,
Yeah, good. Okay. That I think. All right, so we think he's using a crowbar, right? So that would we consider that giving him some kind of advantage on that roll, that strength test?
Yeah, I would say so.
You want to give me advantage, sure.
Well, I mean, you're not ripping something off with your bare hands, right?
Yeah, no. Yeah, I'm prying it open.
Yeah, you're prying it off with a tool. So I'm trying to be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that makes. Using a crowbar. I just looked it up. Right, using a crowbar grants advantage strength test when the crowbar's leverage can be applied. Yeah, okay, so that's perfect. And then you rip it off, and it's going to clank on the ground here because you just ripped it off and you just tore it off. But and that's when Braegar, he's here. You're hearing it, the sound. Braegar does a really loud sneeze and casts prestidigitation. Could you roll me a spell burnout real fast?
Yeah, sure. Come on.
Portalucian drift. Yes. No problem. Right, and that's huge. That sneeze is super loud, and it's like it catches everyone's attention. And
oh, I'm sorry.
All right, as I hear that sneeze, I'm quickly. Does it fit in my backpack, or is it too big for my backpack?
I think it's too big for your backpack, man.
All right, in that case, I'm just gonna clutch it to my chest.
Yeah.
Clutch it to my chest, or actually, no, put it under my shirt. Probably still looks ridiculous, but and then I'm gonna try and blend back into the crowd. Well, actually, hold on. Before I do that, I'm gonna put my my crowbar back into my backpack and put on my backpack again. Because I know if I didn't say that, I probably would have left it there.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you better roll a stealth check now because you got all these weird things. You're trying to hide stuff and you're trying. Oh.
Yeah. Do I need to make a sleight of hand too for like the hiding things?
I think so. Yeah. I think that makes sense. You got to try and. Yeah, that's pretty good. I'm gonna just roll. I don't think anyone's gonna find passive perception, even if they're looking. Yeah, it is. Yeah, no one notices you. You are very successful at taking care of this. And
where's our carriage, Braegar?
It's gone.
So as I believe the deed is done, I'm gonna sneeze like 2 more times and make it like I'm in a sneezing fit, and I'm trying to fight a sneeze, and I just start waving the carriage by,
Waste of time. Yes. They start speaking in High Mordentish. Although you notice their High Mordentish is somewhat accented, so something's weird about it. And so you see the guard sneers at you, and he says, "Useless," as it drives off.
All right.
Who cares? You got a gold crest.
All right, let's get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I'm gonna find the smelter.
All right.
You should find a way to cut it into pieces first. You don't want them to know that you're cutting up a crest.
We're gonna break it up.
All right, yeah. Herbie's gonna get out his hammer from his backpack.
In the middle of the street.
Get out.
Let's go.
Oh no! Yeah, sorry.
Are you sure about this?
No, I'm not. Sorry, I mistook where we were.
I go and look for Herbie, and I see if the crest will fit in my backpack.
Yeah, your backpack's bigger.
Okay.
Your backpack's bigger.
My backpack's got jets.
What?
Sorry, The song Boba Fett. My backpack's got jets. I'm Boba Fett. I bounty hunt for Jabba Hutt to finance my.
Never heard
Can't
that
believe you
before.
guys haven't heard that.
No.
No, I never heard it. Never heard it. Sorry. It sounds funny though.
All right.
Okay.
So yes, I say this will help us a little bit more.
Man,
Extra funding is always well, right?
I was
Herbie?
waiting for you.
Yeah, of
waiting for
course.
you guys.
You know. Don't tell Nikholai about this though.
Well, everybody deserves their payment, Herbie. I've been paying you since I've met you. That's enough.
Excuse me. I have yet to see any money. I'm pretty sure.
No, everything we have, the little extras we've been getting, that's all fucking
okay.
Braegar, so I've been paying you with that.
Fuck you. That's. You don't pay stripper with little extras, do you?
No, you pay strippers because that's what
He
they
doesn't
cost.
make it rain. He makes it hail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Am I called a stripper right now?
Oh, are you a stripper? Is that what you said, Rev?
No, is my character called a stripper right now? I
No. He was talking about when me and Herbie banged the stripper.
Well,
So,
I have ambitions, you know.
So you guys eventually all get back to the Academy of Sciences, and you sneak in. It is now sometime in the afternoon, probably maybe a bit hungry, but you all get together, and so you're all together now.
You guys took a long time. What happened?
Well, I think our friend is of the blood drinking persuasion.
Herbie is immediately gonna go to his room. By the way. If anybody listens
Am
at the
I
door,
there?
they will hear hammering.
We have one room.
Wait, do we?
Yeah, I think we sleep in a bay.
We all make
Yeah, we pretty much sleep in like a broom closet under the stairs.
It's like a decent. I think I'm right in saying it's a decent sized room, but we all like sleep on camp beds. Is that not right?
I'll be right back. By the way, I'm gonna bring my dish downstairs.
Do I have a bed? I'm sleeping in the floor.
It's a camp bed, so we can get another one, I'm sure.
That's nice.
Should we wait till both Kai and Tuna back?
Yeah. Seriously though, that movie needs to happen.
What's that?
Fast and Furious 11, Portal à Lucine Drift, or Fast and Furious 10, La Revolution.
I've never seen one Fast and Furious movie.
Well, you're not losing much.
No, I think
Yeah,
I saw
I
them
know.
agent. Or perhaps an embryo, because they've been going on for a while. But, yeah, that's the only one. Best car
Okay.
I've ever seen, apart from Bullet, is the Gone in 60 Seconds. It's amazing.
Car chase?
No, car movie.
Yes, that's a pretty.
Car chase, the Blues Brothers has to be up there. But,
Yeah.
Well, about Fast and Furious, except I think the first and the one in Tokyo, they're not really car movies. I mean, they just have cars in them.
Yeah.
Yeah. They have some cool chase scenes, but not like Gone in 60 Seconds is all about the cars. Like that is kind of a fun movie.
Does Herbie know if there's anybody in the party who has like smithing skills or something?
I don't know. You guys could ask.
Well, gold is pretty soft, so all we got to do is break it, you know?
Yes.
So we could physically just break it into chunks.
That's not what I'm asking. I want to know if there's anybody who has that kind of skill.
The one who used to be was that Alvin.
Yeah, that was Russ's character. And
Yeah,
he
Russ is-
died. He definitely
Well, there was
died.
Russ's, there's Torvald, which is Russ's character, which of course died.
Yeah.
And then there's the Alvin character, who was the guy who played like once or twice. It was Shay's friend, and then he was also like a blacksmith.
The friend
way.
term is very. I found him on Facebook, and he said he wanted
oh,
to play,
sorry.
and so I invited him.
Ah,
He was more like a one-time
sorry.
acquaintance.
Gotcha. I'm sorry. I didn't
It's
remember that guy. That guy. I don't remember. I don't remember
Shay's
his name actually. Shay's acquaintance. Yes, Shay's.
Shay's acquaintance.
Our-
That should be his.
our-
We need to find his Facebook profile, hack it, and change it.
Great.
But,
So,
by the
yeah.
way, if Russ ever comes back and says, "Can I have my character back?" just say, "Nope, he's dead." But what do you mean he's dead? I mean,
Give him a
next
zombie.
Russ, it's you, mate. He's definitely dead. I mean, there's no other way around it. Every character you play dies at least once in a go.
Sometimes it's my fault, It just happens, Like, I'm not saying that Herbie gets us into sticky situations or that. Alright, I'm not going to say Golris definitely got us into sticky situations. I'm not going to lie about that.
I don't think they're gonna be coming back. They've been gone for a long time.
Yeah.
Golris is one of my favourite characters, so it's all good. But, so we're all back. And I said, how did it go? What happened?
And I said, well, I think our friend is of the blood drinking persuasion.
What?
Yeah. You,
Vampire. I think he's a vampire.
when I heard about the blood they were serving, I wondered whether something like that was going on.
Is he? I don't know
But-
much about vampires, but are you sure he's like 100%? Because he does travel in the daytime, and from the
Yeah.
old tales I've heard, vampires cannot do that.
I'm not real sure, but when I saw him this morning, he was very weak and pale and almost like tripping over things in his room, trying to walk. And like, I had to brace him to sit him down in a chair. And then,
Maybe
he was-
he's someone's appetizer.
maybe.
Well,
But
well,
there was puncture marks on his neck, and he had some blood on his nightshirt, and there was blood in the bed, and like, so I think that maybe either if he himself is not a vampire, I think maybe someone is trying to turn him into one.
Also, I think I need to report that maybe he has some shady dealings happening because when I showed up, the butler, I think he told me that I was not supposed to be there in daylight, and he was worried that people saw me as his driver. I mean,
Braegar, how tall are you again?
6'5".
6'5". Alright.
Yeah.
Oh, so yeah, my thing would have fit you just. You'd have had slightly high, like, ankle swingers. but
Yeah.
apart from
It would have basically fit. I might have had to cuff a couple things here or there, but
Okay, so the driver's not supposed to come during daylight.
yes, but
And there was
did you
blood
see?
around,
Did
and he
you
was
see
very
the
weak and
puncture mark?
pale.
Have you seen the puncture mark before, or they were new, like the last time you saw him?
Um, I actually, I'm not sure. Did I see them at the place too? Did he have the puncture marks at when we were at the theater?
Oh, Shay. You didn't notice those puncture marks on his neck when you were with him in the theater.
Okay, so they were new. This was the first time I've seen them.
That's strange. I mean, if he is a vampire, I also don't know about them, but why would he have puncture marks? I mean, are they not supposed to suck other people's blood? Do they also do that, between them?
he could be the feeding bag for something else.
Or maybe if he's right and someone is trying to turn him into one.
Well,
I don't know the process.
I'm not really sure of the process either.
Can I insight check that, Kai?
Insight
yes.
check me not knowing the process.
Yeah. Because you're a little pale, lady.
You're a bit toothy.
Fucking pale skin.
I'm only half, and I've never met my vampire half.
Yeah, how much vampire lore do you have?
Does Braegar and Herbie and everybody else besides Elvis know that of your other half?
I don't think so, right?
Well, I think Nikholai does now. I think he was the only one who didn't know.
Where is Herbie? Herbie, get back here, you little bitch.
Well, I'm still here.
Oh, there you are. Did you know about the vampire thing?
What vampire thing?
Oh, well, no.
Oops.
Yeah. See,
Herbie seems preoccupied with other things, by the way.
I thought you all knew.
No.
Do you say this out loud? Like, do you actually say that? Like Elvis just says, "You know what, this vampire thing." Okay, I just want to make sure, because then that everyone hears it. Nikholai, you hear it. Braegar, you hear it.
So the vampire thing.
Yeah. Well, so
So-
yeah.
Braegar, you suddenly hear dagger.
Palms.
Yeah.
I literally just go, oh, bloody hell. She's
Let
never
us-
been the same since she drank the other night.
Braegar gets up, walks over to the door, closes the door, and then sits back down and says, "Let us discuss the vampire issue."
Okay, so my
What issue?
mother was a lovely woman, and she became charmed by a gentleman who happened to be a vampire, and thus I was born. My mother was murdered trying to protect me from this Richard Laurent. And I swear if I ever see him, it will be his last day on this earth because he took my mother from me. But that is besides the point. He tried to kill me because I was half vampire, which I could not help. And instead he killed my mother.
I'd like to stand up at this point and say, now you listen up, everyone. I've known Eve longer than you guys. Not that long, I admit. But I trust her with my life, and she's shown before that she's got your backs. Nothing has changed. She is
And-
still the same person.
I am very anti-vampire, and I wish to eradicate vampires from this earth. And once Port Lucine is free of vampire rule, it is my wish that my line ends as well. And I have discussed this with Elvis, and whether it be we find a way to destroy the half-dead inside me, or I die entirely.
We'll get to that, Eve.
Either way.
Not now. There's a long way to go. But there are other options. But for now, does anyone have a problem?
Well, I think I might have to go and think about this. And then Herbie opens the door with his back to the wall,
Herbie,
and he
Where
just
are you going?
kind of walks out.
Back to the wall. That natural way to back out of a room. That we won't
Yeah.
notice anything's wrong.
Yeah, exactly, like that.
Okay. Well, I would like to
Because he-
insight check him and see if he's acting weird.
because he's trying to hide the crest.
Fuck.
I mean, it's bigger than your torso.
Do I need to insight check him?
Okay. Yeah, you're not gonna know that I'm not lying, Charles. I'm not lying. Why would you think I'm lying, Charles? Why would you think I'm lying, Elvis?
Because you've got your back
Well, I
to the
see
wall
nothing.
whilst leaving the room. That's not
Oh,
a natural way to leave a room.
I was just standing here, and I just felt most comfortable like this. I like to keep my eyes peeled at everybody while
Are you asking Charles? Or are you
I'm
asking
looking. I'm talking to Elvis right now. I'm
Why
just.
are you asking me why I think you're being weird?
I'm not being weird. I don't know what you're talking about.
You just literally asked me that. I asked you whether you was talking to Charles or Elvis, and you said Elvis.
Yeah. I'm not being weird.
You said, why would I think you're being weird?
Yes. Why would you? Just because I
why
have my
would you
back
ask the
against the
question
wall
if
and
you weren't-
I'm.
Why would you ask the question if, you know,
But you're
if you
implying
were
that
being weird?
You're implying that I'm doing something weird.
I'm not implying it. I said, why are you back? I thought, why are you backing out of the room like that? That's unusual.
Well,
Now you've brought it to my attention that it might be weird.
I
What are
just
you
like
hiding,
to.
Herbie?
I just like to have a full look of the room before I leave it. You know, you never might realize when it's the last moment you see somebody.
Bollocks, and I'm going to walk over to him and say, what are you hiding?
Everyone roll perception checks.
Perception, yeah?
Kai, you see my message?
Yeah. No, I just looked at it real quick. Sorry. Okay. How do you? I see. Okay. All right. So you do. Okay. Suddenly, there's a Braegar has a terrible sneeze, like a crazy loud sneeze.
Why are you sneezing? Jesus,
It's
man.
just like it startles you. It totally startles you when he sneezes.
What are you doing?
Like,
Herbie, what have you got behind your back?
Herbie,
Apparently it's bigger than your entire body.
Herbie's gone. The door is
He's not
swinging
gone.
open. The door is swinging open.
What's my passive perception?
Your passive perception is 16.
Proficiency
No,
plus
14. 14.
And
Yeah.
I didn't notice him leave the room even though I looked away for just a second.
Yeah.
And I saw he had something behind his back.
I am an expert at stealth.
Well,
To be fair.
we'll run after him.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Because
You see like the door swinging
if I
open.
can't see what's behind his back, then all of this is null and void. But I've been told that this doesn't fit behind his back.
Oh no, you noticed something weird. Like he had his backpack on and it was something. I mean, there was
I'm
something
running
unusual.
after him, then. I don't
Okay,
trust this
well then.
after him.
Well then,
You
I
can't
guess
run from me, Herbie.
you're gonna have to chase each other. But Herbie's like, yeah, but Herbie's like, it's hard to see him. You know where he's gone. He's like, always
It's
like,
hard
empty.
to see him. He's not invisible. He has the same movement speed. No, he has less movement speed.
He's actually got more
And
movement
less
speed than
sneaks.
you
How?
because he
Level
can
one.
bonus action dash.
I was about to say,
Yeah.
Yeah,
I can triple dash in a turn, or double dash in a
Yeah,
turn.
that's true.
You could triple
But
dash in the
also,
turn.
the instant that a sneeze distracts me is not enough for someone to get more than 15 feet away.
yeah.
Nice.
I'm just saying. I mean, I'm just saying. You look at the hallway. you
Everybody
don't
looked
notice
at
him.
everybody looked at me, and during that moment,
Well, you used the word
Yeah.
moment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean,
So a moment, someone can't
Can
get more than 10
you
feet.
describe the hallway for them? Like, what does the hallway look?
yeah. I mean, the hall. This hallway has like other rooms around it. There's multiple. There's doors. Just other rooms just down the hallway, left and right. At the end, there's like a. It probably turns right, leading to some stairs. These are. There's.
How long
So
is the corridor?
I mean, this hallway's wide. It's wide. It's I mean, it's like 2 people wide at least, and then there's like other adjacent rooms near you. So
How
all I'm
long
saying.
is the corridor?
Oh, the corridor must be. I mean, from here till the next turn, I mean, it's probably 20 feet.
What, the whole corridor is 20 feet long?
No, like if you to the left.
Oh, I see.
If you,
To turn to the left or right. Yeah.
yeah, it's like 20 feet, right? And then like turn to the right, it's maybe like 15 feet, and it goes around the corner, like about that, right? So let's give me a second here.
I'm just going to chase him as far as I can. If there are doors,
Okay, I
I'll
mean,
stop and have
you go-
perception checks
you-
at it. But if I lose him, I lose him.
Okay. Just gonna say here. This was unexpected. Okay. All right. So
As Elvis goes down the hallway to chase Herbie, I get up and I close the door again, and I see Eve looks nervous,
yes.
and I go over to her, and I put my hand on her shoulder, and I say, if you truly wish to be destroyed, when the time comes, I could probably perform this for you, but
So comforting.
I would also require something from you before you go.
Money?
No.
Anything I have, you're welcome to take.
And
I'll be dead, I won't need
I kind of like show you and get closer to your face, and I pull my cheek and, like, you know, reveal my eye in its entirety, and it's just like a dead marble in there.
You want my eye?
No, I need you to help me fix this
Oh, well, I think maybe
with your magic.
maybe someday we can manage to correct that and get it all taken care of.
That would be fantastic.
Okay, why don't we relax about killing Eve? My question
No,
is,
no,
what did...
she will live until she desires to live.
Oh, that's comforting. Okay. What did you mean exactly, Eve, about vampire rule in Port Lucine? That's what troubles me.
Well, Porta Lucine, the beings in power, the ones who are seated at the top, are vampires. And I thought this was common knowledge, but I'm finding it's a lot less common than I knew.
Did you guys know that? Does anyone else know that?
I had no clue.
Braegar?
No, I'm not learned in that subject. Toon.
Yeah.
Your mic's.
Oh, am I breathing into my mic?
Yeah, is it in your face?
Sorry. Yeah, it was a little close to my nose.
Cool.
And how do you know that, Eve? Do you mean that the current king is a vampire?
I'm sorry, who?
The current king, the ruling king. There's a king, right? In Port Lucine.
Is there a king right now, Kai, or is it
No.
a monarchy
Remember.
in like a holding position?
There's
Yeah.
no
It's
monarchy
not a.
whatsoever. It's a republic.
Yeah, it's a republic. So it's a republic run and controlled by the nobility, right? So
Oh,
yes, I mean
okay.
it's not like a representative
It's an
democracy.
oligarchy.
Yeah, it's an oligarchy.
So
Yeah,
the
and so
vampires are of noble houses, and the nobles run the city.
So there's not just one vampire, there are many.
Yes.
Oh,
Are you sure about that?
I would bet my life on it. And should we encounter my father, whom I've never met, I imagine we will have to kill him too.
Your father is here? You know about it?
Well, I don't know exactly. I'm not sure where he is. My mother never told me his name. Only that he is the reason I am what I am, and he disappeared after my mother shared a night with him, and she never saw him again.
Okay, that whole situation changes things.
Why was he trying to kill you?
He wasn't trying to kill me. Richard Laurent was just some city guard who didn't want monsters in his city, and this was where I'm from, the slums, whatever that, Barovia.
Yes, it's Barovia. Yes, you were in Barovia.
Yeah, that was in Barovia, and he did not want monsters living in his city, and he discovered what I was and wanted to rid his city of my monstrous ways. My mother died trying to protect me.
Okay.
And that was when I ran away from home, and I found Edmund at the Church of Ezra and have been there ever since.
So
you
remember,
came
right?
from
So
Barovia?
yes, she's from Barovia originally.
I am from Barovia. We are not in Barovia.
But nobody escapes Barovia.
Yes, I know,
You can
but
take the girl out of Barovia, but you can't take Barovia out of the girl.
This hallway.
Yeah, I mean, yes.
How many doors?
To the left, there's about 4 doors, 2 on either side. Like you ran left, you got to the end of the hallway, you got this T intersection, it was nothing.
What
Turn
I wanna
back
do is
towards
know how many doors there are on each
4.
side.
There's 2. There's between where you came out of and here, there's 2 more. There's 2 doors on each side. There's 4 overall.
Stop between the second and third doors on the left and have a look round, see if a door's been opened, shut, or if I can hear anything.
You can't hear anything. All the door. There's the doors. One of the doors was open on the same side as the door to your room. Right, it's just kind of half open. And
I'll go
then
towards that door, kick it open.
everyone hears somewhere out in the hallway a door slam, and
I see.
Shelving full of all sorts of strange glassware, some sort of weird
Well, I see
alchemical
Herbie.
glass. You don't. It's kind of dark in here, obviously. No, you don't see Herbie.
How dark is it? Would I expect to be able to see him in this room, or do I need light?
I mean, it's shadowy. I mean, you don't have a lantern with you. I mean, clearly there's a lantern hanging in the hallway outside, right? So it's like a light is bleeding in. But I mean, are there shadowy, dark corners in here? Yeah. I mean, it's not a well lit room.
I'll close the door.
Now it's dark.
Start kicking around the corners.
Okay. Yeah, you kick around the corners and just a lot of dust. You start coughing, sneezing as you move around. You probably accidentally maybe some glassware tumble to the ground. You hear a crash, and then you give a quick thorough look, even though and there's no Herbie here.
I will say fuck. Open the door and storm back towards our room.
Okay, you see
And once I
Evangeline.
get through the door, I walk straight up to Braegar, grab him by the lapels, shove him against the wall, and say, "What the fuck is going on here?"
Don't understand your anger, but I would appreciate
You
if
are
you would
hiding
unhand me.
stuff. I have been completely fucking open with you people. I want to know what's going on, what your little henchman's up to. If this endangers us in any way, I need to know about it. And if it doesn't, tell me about it. It doesn't
endanger anyone. We just got a little extra payload. Herbie gets excited when we steal something valuable. So he's just probably going to go and break it up, and eventually come back, and he will pay us.
Do I believe him?
Question is, does Braegar believe himself?
Oh, the
Come
best
on, you
liars
idiot!
Braegar will get fucking his, regardless. So he's being totally honest.
He is being totally honest.
Yeah.
And I believe he's being totally honest. Okay, I'll let him go, brush down his lapels and say, I don't care about your money. You can keep that for all I give a shit. If it's not part of the mission, then it's yours.
No, I saw an opportunity
to...
I saw an opportunity to take something valuable without anyone being the wiser, so...
Well, why are you hiding it then?
I wasn't hiding it. Herbie was
Herbie
hiding
was.
it. Yeah.
Why is he hiding it?
Because it's something very valuable. And he gets excited when he finds something very valuable.
We'll have a word. Tell him he doesn't need to hide it from us. I don't even want your money. It's fine. I'll take it. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah,
But it's
no,
not something
everybody will get a share.
Fine, that little fucker's driving me up the wall today. Are you alright, Eve? Have you sorted everything out?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm just wondering when would be a good time for me to contact our bar friends.
That's a good question.
and
By the
figure
way,
out what their...
Do you know what their how they link into this?
I don't, but that's what I was hoping to find out, and I was wondering if they happen to know our new friend over here, Mr. might be becoming a vampire.
How about we head over there whenever you want and grab us a couple of ladies, which I'm sure Herbie and Braegar can take care of, invite them up to our room, get the most expensive wines, and then ask them some questions. I'm sure they'd follow you anyway, and we'll all be there at the same time. So, win-win.
I mean,
Evangeline,
the lady definitely needs a guard, right?
So, do we put that... Oh, before we go on, I need to tell you lot something. And I look at Braegar and say, in the spirit of honesty, I had a word with one of our overseers. I decided that we needed a way for people to be able to drop information or items off to us without making our presence known. So from now on, this room to anyone other than us, or anyone in the... well, anyone, is known as the Rose Suite. If you want anything delivered here, information, items, whatever, ask them to be delivered to the Rose Suite. And if it is of the utmost importance, then you can use a password for them to be let in and wait. That password is Leviel Rose, but if they wait here, the responsibility of the person who's waiting for you is to pay them themselves, yeah? Unless it's to the benefit of the entire party, in which case we can discuss it. That sound alright?
Yeah, I'm just worried about the chain of custody.
What I would say is, if it's something very important, that person must wait for you.
No, I'm talking about, like, if we receive something important to this room, whoever gets that before we see it has an opportunity to either hold it, not give it to us, or look at it.
You mean if they intercept the messenger and take the messenger prisoner?
No. I'm talking about if we receive a parcel here at the school, right? The guard who brings it to us has the opportunity to stop it and bring it to someone else and have it searched or looked at.
That's what I'm saying. If you need anything anything unimportant delivered, just say the Rose Room.
Oh,
If you
okay.
need someone to meet you here, the Rose Room. If it's something important, tell them to use the password. They'll be shown into this room and they can wait themselves. They'll wait until you get back, and you pay them for the time they wait.
Yeah, okay.
So, the Rose Room.
All right, the Rose Suite. I like it.
The Rose Suite, that's it. So, apart from doing your vampire hunting,
Oh, fuck. I meant to PM that to Carl.
I'm not sure what other. I mean, the blue whatever. I don't know. What
well,
we
there are
have
two
to
things
investigate.
we need to do. First of all, we need to find a cripple. That is of the utmost importance, because he can give us more information on the Lost King. The more information we have about the Lost King, the easier it is for us to assess what may or may not be the best political movement to get behind. Second of all, we need to try and stake out that pub, the Duck or something. I've got it written down. But we know that there will be a meeting there. What would it be, tomorrow, Kai? Or...
I believe, yeah, get them to come.
We know
Tomorrow.
there'll be a meeting there tomorrow, but we also know their leadership is in jail. So we can't be sure that it's not being watched. In fact, it's possibly likely that it is. So we need to maybe stake that out from the outside, get someone on the inside, as a patron, not a member of the, crowd necessarily, because that might put them in too much danger. But that is also an option. So we got three things, and we need to work out the order we need to do them in.
Which one has the most importance?
To me, the most urgent thing is visiting the cripple.
And we do that first.
Importance is hard to say.
For me, the most important thing is ending the vampire regime.
Yeah, but that's not going to happen overnight, Eve.
Very true.
We need to get to this man before someone else does. We could do it in the same day, though.
Well,
Whoring is an evening event.
let's go find the cripple.
Not if you're brave enough, it's an all-day event.
And maybe, perhaps, someone could buy me a nice dress for tonight.
Significantly less money than I had this morning, but what's mine is yours. How much do you need?
I don't know.
What kind of
Maybe we'll
what
just
kind of
go
a nice
dress shopping and find one I like and see how much it is.
Say we, you mean you and not me, right?
Sure.
Excellent. Well, then how much do I know roughly what a dress would cost? I probably wouldn't, to be honest.
I don't even think I know what a dress costs.
I'm sure you have no idea what a dress would cost. No, I'm sorry, you don't.
I'm pretty sure I wouldn't. I'm pretty sure Elvis wouldn't. But
So why do we need a dress?
well, we don't. You don't. I mean, you can get one by all means, but Eve needs a dress
I mean, as a reason, yes.
because tomorrow night potentially, or if we need to do we've got to go to a particular pub in the docks. Pretend we're whoring by ordering 3 girls, expensive wine, and Eve, and we're targeting 2 gentlemen who would like to offer to come along with us in order to get information out of them one way or another.
Okay.
So what
I
if
got it now.
what if we, I guess, trick these 2 into coming into the chamber with us, and we don't know what they can do to us?
Well,
I think
wherever we speak to them,
we're thinking
wherever we
about
speak
this
to them.
in the wrong perspective. We think we're trapping them with us, but we're really probably
Trapping
trapped
us
in
with
there
them.
with them. Yes.
I personally,
Yeah,
I can see it
so
the other way
I
round.
say
I
maybe
see
we
it-
just sit and I'll chat with them in the bar where there's lots of witnesses and you guys can be nearby watching.
What makes you think they're going to tell you anything?
Well, I got a message that they wanted to, that the one guy, the scary guy, wanted to talk to me.
And you think that's about
I
ending
told
the
him that I
vampire
was.
plague?
Yes, I told him that I was leaving town for a week and I'd be back and I would, send for them when I was ready. And it's been a little over a week now, and I feel like maybe they might start hunting me down if I don't get to them soon. So.
Sure, but I mean, the reason that they're after you isn't to give you information about the vampires in the city. It's because they want to get in your pants.
I don't think that's it. I suspect that the guy knows because I'm from Barovia. Like, I felt like maybe he knows something about me, personally.
Well, how about we do both then? How about we leave you to talk? If you feel like it's not going anywhere, you give us a signal, at which point we go over and, in inverted commas, drunkenly ask for a certain number of whores in a room. We come over and hire you as well and invite the gentleman with you to join our party, and the plan proceeds as before, but only if you feel like you haven't got what you needed, and that's entirely.
Yeah, and then I'll say, well, I could use the money, so yeah, excuse me.
Or we can just say, would you gentlemen, lady, enjoy a party upstairs rather than hiring you, for example? Whatever you'll feel more comfortable.
You guys hear a knock at the door, by the way, like saying, "It's Herbie, can I come in, please?"
Yes.
You see Herbie, and Herbie looks like all kind of sad as he's walking in. It's turned out to be painted wood. Cheap bastards, didn't even have real gold.
Does anyone believe him? Literally anyone?
Not even he.
Sorry?
Not even he believes himself.
Can we roll insight or something?
You would roll insight checks, yeah. If that's just what you want to do, roll insight checks. If you don't,
To be honest, I don't care, but it's just the number of times he's lied to us is adding up.
He seems.
When have you ever caught me in a lie, though, before?
To be honestly dejected.
I've suspected you of lying many times.
Elvis, even though you're sure, you have a strong feeling he's lying, like he just
can't pin it on him.
Yeah, he seems pretty honest about it. You ask him some questions, he's like, yeah, it was like this, and he seems
fair enough.
dejected.
Where is it?
We were talking about.
I just threw it away. I left it in the storeroom. It was stupid.
Let me see it.
So angry. You can go and check it out, Braegar, if you want to. Do you want to come? All right, I'll walk you there, Braegar.
You're gonna walk him to the bin.
Yep, if that's what he wants. Sure.
Honestly, I should get advantage for the quality of the lie sometimes. But anyway.
I mean, I know I'm actually giving you advantage because I honestly think I did.
What did
he
do? Carve a bit of wood and paint it
fail
gold just so he could.
Just so he could flex his wealth. It's insane, isn't it? It's insane, isn't it? He would just carve like a piece of wood in gold,
Yeah.
Like
yeah. It's weird that
Crazy that
Braegar,
Herbie
an
would do
adult,
that to deceive us.
Yeah, it's weird that he can't find a bin on his own.
Hey, that's his own problem, man. I'm not here to tell him he's stupid. If you want to tell him he's stupid, go ahead.
You just said, I'll show you to the bin.
That's what he said he wanted to.
So
I didn't say I left it in the bin. I said left it in the storeroom.
Everybody could come along if you want to come along. I just want to see it.
Hold on there, Braegar.
What, Herbie?
Okay.
I think
nothing.
Elvis doesn't really care about the drinking. But, sorry? But it's just so fucking obvious.
Okay.
His name is Cokeleaf, which in Cockney rhyming slang is thief.
But
I'm guessing you knew that, which is why you chose it.
I did not actually,
His
but
name is Cokeleaf.
my name is Cokeleaf because I'm an ex-drug dealer. That's why. Where did
Cokeleaf's a thief, mate.
You know why Herbie's lies always work so well.
Why? Because you roll high and have expertise?
No. That's not. I don't even have expert.
Definitely not yours.
I don't actually have expertise in lying, because I don't lie. You know, I only tell the truth.
He rolls
But
really well.
Oh my god, can I do an
this-
insight check on 2?
This is the
Is this work in
reason.
real life, or?
This is the reason why Herbie. It's the Puss in
I
Boot
love
size,
that
isn't it?
picture.
Yeah. It's the Puss in Boot size. That's why everybody believes him.
Yeah, I was
Just
about to
he's
say,
a little
yeah,
kid, you know.
exactly.
None of you actually know how old Herbie is, do you?
At one stage, like at level 12, I'm gonna like spend my downtime considering the question: why do I find Herbie so untrustworthy, yet believe him every time?
All right. Well, Braegar, let's get out of here.
Okay. We will
Well,
be back.
All right. I'm just gonna take Anthony.
Well-
Anthony, should we go to the Whispers channel? Well,
yeah,
they do this.
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. You can talk to each other. Because I was just gonna say,
I got this fuckers good.
How much is it worth?
It's only 7. Probably going to be like 7 gold, 7 silver if I smelt it down.
7 gold, so that's better than
yeah.
nothing. Yeah, I mean,
Exactly.
Braegar would just take 2 gold until you can have the rest.
Thank you very much, sir.
I mean,
I just figured.
you did most of the hard work. It was
As
just
I
my idea. I figured a finder's fee.
Mhm.
You know.
Yeah, no, I figured since they didn't do anything, they didn't deserve the gold.
Yeah, it's up to you how you want to play it out. I did tell them that they should be expecting some gold, but I'm going to have to now reinforce your lie and say that it was garbage. So let me bring give me the.
Thank you for backing it up.
Do you have the? Of course. I mean, I gave you the chance to escape.
Exactly.
So.
Yeah, it's right in this storeroom, and Herbie like opens the door. Down the hallway to the left, there's a door. He opens that.
Okay. Does it
and you
look
just
like
see
it's
this,
missing a plate, like from it, like the interior plate?
Probably, yeah. I just knocked off all the gold. I knocked off all the gold and silver.
So yeah, I'm just gonna break it into 100 pieces because it just to look at like you raged out on it, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Maybe
And then if they ask for it, I'm just gonna put the material, the broken up material on it. I was like, yeah, it was wood.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go back then.
All right. Cool.
Yeah.
Again, has more magic, but they dismiss most magic and focus only on things like this. Be able to create illusory effects and harming people, but only for entertainment. So it's very strange to you, of course. But the other thing is that when Evangeline tells you what she told you, I mean, certainly your mind brings up the tales, that your grandmother would tell you about the haunted lands of Barovia, the vampire kingdom. And so this concerns you.
Yeah, I mean, it would be hard for Nikholai to comprehend that the whole government is ruled by vampires.
Yeah.
Coming from Lamordia, but it does make sense if he thinks about what Tim says and Barovia.
Now, Evangeline, one thing is that you're very, you've got a kind of a weight off your chest now that you've sort of told the truth to him.
Yes.
You took the risk, and emotionally, it was, it was.
Chasing Herbie.
Yeah, it was a positive sort of thing, right? It was just, it was you wanted to tell everyone for so long, but you wanted to hide your secret, and you've really never been able to trust anyone. I mean, I'm not even sure how many people in the church. I mean, they must
nobody
have,
in the church knows.
Exactly. They just think that you have some strange behavior, right? So then, this is a deep.
Yeah,
deep,
like I've had to
dangerous
hide myself from the church for so long because of that. Because Church of Ezra literally means life. Like it's the deity of life and living things, and the undead or the dead, or well, not the dead, but the undead are very like abominations to them. So like
Yeah.
being even half, I would imagine would cause
Yeah.
issue.
Yes. So it's it's mentally stressful to constantly have to live a double life, or to have to cover up things like this. So you finally feel comfortable. You finally feel you can trust these people clearly, right? And their reactions have been almost, you think about Herbie, he was more concerned about whatever shenanigans it is, or about his treasure that he's found, that he stole, and even about you being a vampire. So, I mean, actually, not a vampire, a vampire, half vampire, and but then you know that these people will help you. You feel that you've found a different home now. You
So
knew it,
Eve,
but now it
Eve,
feels good.
If I see.
Eve,
Yes, Herbie.
I have a question. If you bite, does that mean I turn into whatever it is you are?
No, that means
Okay.
I feel better, and you feel a little worse.
I wouldn't say worse, and he's gonna wink at you. And that's Herbie done for today.
If you're into that sort of thing.
So
I think if I see that Evie's relaxed, I'll sit down and clap her on the shoulder and go, "Alright then, went well today."
I feel better.
Charles, is it not that you have to go anymore, by the way,
Yeah.
at this time?
It's every other week at the moment.
Oh, okay.
The DM can redo their schedule. Yeah, but
Okay.
I suppose we'll plan for tomorrow. By the way, what time is it roughly in this day?
Like in the Montlieu, I mean, I think you guys got up at some point in the morning. I don't know how early you got up. You went through all this thing. It was probably mid-morning when everything was going on with Evangeline. That's probably already kind of all this conversation. It's sometime after lunch, right? Late afternoon. You might not be hungry, but yeah, I mean, it's
Elvis
after
will
midday.
suggest that we all go for a big old drink then.
A drink would be nice.
Anthony, you're exhaling into your mic again.
Oh,
And
my
then I
bad.
just had another idea.
On the plus side, you do sound like you're fucking loving it.
I am. What happens is I got the doobie hanging out of my lip, and then I'm inhaling and exhaling at the same time. So it's just constant
The old Irish
flow of smoke.
waterfall, yeah.
Inside check.
I had another idea.
What's that, Eve?
It might require a bit of sacrifice on my part, but I'm willing
I
to
volunteer Herbie.
take one for the team. If we want to find out if my friend is vampire or maybe becoming a vampire, perhaps I could arrange a sleepover and see if he has a strange late night visitor.
You want to talk to your friends in the port first, though?
Yes,
See if we can get information that renders that.
absolutely. This will be like, maybe plan it for a few nights later.
So
That
my
seems a bit too
suggestion-
dangerous.
Yeah, my suggestion would be tomorrow we find the cripple in the morning. We try and, if we have time, stake out the pub. If we don't, then I'm sure we can ask around about what happened, but at least we should try. And in the evening we head to the port and carry out the plan we discussed. But for now, I think we should go and have a nice big meal, get pissed together, and try and re-establish some trust, he says, looking at her.
Let's do it.
Why do we need to reestablish trust? I've been honest. Look, Braegar, you can even show them. He brought down the thing from the bin.
Yeah, I
Is
take
it
out
an empty coffee cup?
I take out debris from the thing. It just
Herbie, I don't care about what it is. I just want to know that whoever I'm with has got my back.
Oh no, don't worry about that. I definitely have your back.
Yeah, that's slightly what I'm worried about. Oh well.
Do you keep your purse on your back, Elvis? He's gonna wink at you.
Not much in it anymore, Herbie.
Oh yeah. How come?
Paid.
Yeah, that's a good question, Shay.
Well,
I mean,
from when we
Eve.
negotiated it, I suppose. So when was that? The day before yesterday? And whatever a week is in this land?
I mean, a week hasn't gone by since you guys, I think you got paid for your initial. You should have gotten paid. I think
Yeah.
$250 for your initial job, right? And then
How long's a week in this setting?
And then we got paid. Did we get paid again? We got paid.
Because we did take a
Because
long
I
rest
got
and did
robbed.
training and
Yeah,
everything
we had
like
it.
that.
We had a week of downtime.
Yeah.
Did we get paid after that?
Yeah, we should have been paid.
I
I
guess
had
you guys
60 gold and I got robbed. So that was my 60 gold and I'm broke.
Oh,
I
yeah,
guess
how much
you
do you
got-
need for?
Yeah, I guess you got paid during your downtime.
So it's 125 each, of which this payment, Herbie pays half.
But
Hey, you got picked by the DM to introduce it. It's your bad luck.
fuck you, Kai.
So we have 120 gold.
125 each, of which half
Okay.
of Herbie's this week only goes to what's his name? Raphael's character is Nikholai.
Well, I still haven't got paid. I don't know about you guys. I'm just joking.
So then after this week, he gets a fifth.
Then we divide
right?
it by 5.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so
that makes
it would
sense.
be 100 each.
Yeah, and then Herbie wouldn't have to pay anybody anything, and Herbie
No,
still
no.
gets a share, and yeah, so.
Because Nikholai would have proved himself by then, basically.
Is that's 62.5, so that's 5 silver, right?
No, it would be 500 divided by 5 now.
Yeah, no, he's talking about the math on the chat.
I'm
Yeah,
talking
it's
about the math on the...
Yeah, it's
Oh,
5
sorry,
silver.
yes, that's what you would give him.
Yeah.
And Nikholai owes me 32 gold.
Oh, it's a return.
Okay.
You just said what gold? I don't remember this.
So did the academy say that they have a vault or a bank that we could use?
Them, I'm like,
No, I don't think so. There will be banks,
What?
but it's whether or not we can get to them without ID.
Yeah, that is a question. You open up a bank account, that's official, that's traceable. These kind of things.
Oh, I don't like that.
I mean, you
I mean,
are
I'm
in
sure I
the.
could find somebody to make me a false identity.
Hey, let me introduce myself to you.
Have you met
Your alter
Herbie?
ego.
Have you met Herbie?
Yeah, I mean, that's. I mean, you could go
Actually,
ahead and
Herbie
do something
should
like
work
that.
on new IDs for all of us, shouldn't he?
Probably, yeah.
And we should pay him
Fantastic
for
idea.
it, I suppose.
I don't
A little,
think.
like mates rates, friends prices.
I don't think an
Herbie doesn't
ID
do friend
would work
prices.
For me.
I'm sorry, Anthony. What did you say?
I don't think an ID would work for me.
Yeah,
Probably
yeah.
not.
Well, you could, if you can make yourself up the same way every time.
I guess I could be the old woman. Make an ID for Mary Eliza.
Someone that
Yes.
can get into every quarter, though.
Yeah. Who
So
bothers old women? I can make her look fancy. I can make her look slummy.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it's
Yeah.
just the face.
Yeah.
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 that'll work.
I have a
Just
question.
the level of
So,
cleanliness in the clothing.
Yeah, you can just alter that, can't you?
Yeah.
I can make her look like she gets beat by her husband. I can make it all.
Okay. Well,
Was that
that's
too dark?
good. So Herbie, over however long it takes, needs to make us some IDs, but tomorrow.
And how much each will that be for a false identity?
Kai, not Herbie.
Herbie.
Not Toon.
How much does it cost to make
Well,
a false identity?
Kai
Well,
can
hold
tell
on, hold on,
Herbie, and
hold
then
on,
Herbie
hold on.
can tell us.
yeah.
How about
PM it to me, Kai.
Yeah, because
And
there's.
then we'll divide it by 4.
Well, it also depends on. Do you guys want to be rich? Do you guys want to look like regular people? Like what do you want to look like?
So that we can get into the Quartier Marchand. We
Middle
look
class.
like
Middle class.
traders in the Quartier Savant, or at least not out of place.
Alright.
And people will just think we're having a good time when we go to the.
Do any of you have a sewing kit, perhaps?
No.
A
And
sewing
it's-
kit?
A sewing kit? Yeah, sorry, my bad.
That's right. That's how you spell it.
Nikholai, you don't have a sewing kit, perhaps? Your clothes look so fancy. Maybe you do. No. Braegar,
Oh.
nah. His clothes don't look fancy.
Nobody here has a sewing kit or a.
My clothes are fine.
I have a
Does
disguise
the
kit.
disguise kit come with a sewing kit?
Nope. I think they're two different things, right, Kai?
Is the
I'm sure
sewing
you
kit
can
like
pick
for
up
men?
Yeah,
some
that's
sewing stuff for
different.
next to nothing.
So, by the way, this is the forgery info.
Yeah, but we want you to take time over it, I think, rather than quick fake.
Yes.
Even if it takes a few days or a week or whatever.
Oh, he's quite
Yeah,
good
there's
at
going to have
this.
to be some kind of cost to figure it out.
And I think
So, because I would need to, I would need to buy clothes for them. I would need to know their sizes. Herbie's going all out with
My
it.
clothes for me.
I think he can make some sort of seal. It says several quills, seals, and sealing wax. So you could create a seal and make the document look official. You know?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's important. That you need to have like
Mm.
this kind of fancy.
I would like to
seal.
have a seal from, a middle class family.
So could I help him craft the seal? Since this
The
would
seal
probably
will be
be
of
like
the city, won't
intelligence.
it? Or
You know?
whatever body is authorizing it.
It is still just rolling a forgery kit, right? Oh, I don't roll that with charisma. Then I roll that with intelligence. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, again, I get that. That depends on what you're doing, right? Like,
Yeah.
you can always manipulate or we can talk about what ability you're using. For a
Wait, are
particular-
you rolling this with Herbie's intelligence or with Toon's intelligence?
Both are pretty good. No, I'm...
Shit, we're fucked.
Fuck you, Charles.
No, but yeah,
You
so,
know.
but that's something that can happen over the next few days, isn't it? Or however
Yeah.
long it takes.
With our
Yeah.
false identities, we can
time.
always say that Braegar was sold into slavery and he's our slave.
But for Braegar, it's quite easy to change his look. So as long as he changes it into the same look every time for
Oh, yeah,
whatever
that's true.
legitimate business we're using, and then
Well-
changes into a different form for non-legitimate business.
Hold on, I have an idea.
For like travel.
Hold on,
Herb-
Lance, I've got an idea.
Herbie slams on the table and says, "I have the greatest solution for this. Braegar, you should just wear a mask and tell them some wizard disfigured you. People hate wizards, so they won't question you."
Why do I have
Huh?
to wear a mask? Why don't I just show them my face and say that?
It's a triple bluff.
Because that
Well, you don't want 'em to see your
looks
real
too real.
face.
Yeah, I was about to say your real face is like ugly as a muck. I mean, your
What?
real face looks too red. Looks fake.
You can just say, I spent too much time in this sauna. Oh, you're foreign. I see. Okay, well, that's for Kai to work out with Toon. Really.
Yeah.
And it's not important, immediate stuff. Immediate stuff is tomorrow. So, is everyone happy with the idea of going to visit the cripple first?
Yes.
Yeah. Let's do that. And I'm already wearing fine clothes.
My clothes are completely nondescript, and I always wear a cloak with my hood up, whilst doing a little stoop to try and make myself look less tall.
Let me take a look at this. Downtime, lifestyle expense.
Braegar's is probably all like red silks with like gold trim. Same with the hood and cloak.
Clothing, fine. Yeah, taxi, 150 GP. It's that's actually let's fix that. No, I'm sorry, I forgot. It's this. Okay. I'm looking at so yes. In reality, if you're talking about aristocrat level clothing, it's fucking expensive. So if you're looking for fine clothing, it's going to cost you, and it's more expensive for women's clothing, Eve, because I mean, if you're going to go full blown period dress with the big hoop dresses and these kind of things that the aristocrats wear, that's very expensive.
Kai, with my background, it says fine clothes is one of the things that comes with it. Does that mean I'm not at that level of fine clothes? I'm like the Gap or something like that, you know?
Yeah, I mean, because your background was, I guess it was like fine clothes from you came from.
Oh,
But, I mean,
like
your clothes is
Tommy
fine. It's just
Hilfiger
not.
figure
Yeah,
versus like Versace.
yeah, Tommy Hilfiger.
You know.
Yeah, I mean, when you're talking about these people, like the aristocrats, they're wearing, like when you open up these crazy fashion magazines or whatever, and you see
Armani and shit like that.
shirt.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
That shirt costs $1,500, right?
Yeah.
It's like that, right?
Okay.
It's that level of ridiculous. Yeah, it's it's a rodeo, drive, fucking Hollywood shit.
So yeah, I don't look like a bum, but I definitely don't have that type of affluence. I got you.
I just want to look like I belong at the Academy of Science.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, so you're gonna have to. I mean, you could. These are aristocrats, right? So many of them are dressed in finery. But you're not. Yeah, but you're not. But also, you're not going into like one of the a ball or masquerade. You're not
Right.
you're not one of the court fops and hanging about the so brilliant. So you can get away with something a bit more basic. So you can get away with. Let me look at. You could probably get away with something for like 50 gold or something like this.
Okay.
I mean, stuff is expensive. Clothing is expensive. Like nice clothing. This is this is the age of high fashion.
More than that. I'll pay 75 for a nice dress with, maybe the corset and like the lace around the, the neckline, and not too fancy, but like, corseted and nice.
I mean, it's a type of thing where really noble women, if they see you, they'll know. Right? They'll know that's not labeled type of thing.
Right, that's not name brand.
But, yeah.
Like, what did you do? Buy that out of a shopkeep window?
Yeah. Yes. That's gonna be like, oh god, it's so last season type of thing, right?
Exactly. I'll buy last season's clothes. It's all right. I'll go thrift shopping.
It's
tags.
All right, so I assume you guys are going to take care of your own clothes then, and I will just have to forge documents and maybe.
Yes.
Yeah, that's totally fine. And
I mean, take the outfit I want.
Okay, pop it up. Yeah, I'm totally cool with you. Pop it up on the chat.
Putting it in now.
Why did you put a unicorn with hair on my forehead, Charles?
Dude, you're fucking adorable.
What's that, mate? A unicorn? I haven't done anything, mate. What are you on about?
It comes with a parasol and a sun hat.
Oops! There you go. That's the deal. That's where to go. Where'd you put it? Yes. Fine. Something like this. Something like this. Yes. What the fuck? That is
gross.
Unique.
And doesn't that outfit look very vampire of me?
So so I mean, you guys will have to.
Our bar friends.
Yes. Of course, you will have to, of course, go to the Côte Marchand for this, and you'll have to do some shopping because this stuff needs to be fitted. It's custom made, right? Just for you. This is all.
Yes.
Oh gosh, what's the name? I forgot. Charles, what's the name for custom suit shops?
Tailored.
Bespoke.
Yeah.
Bespoke. The British term is bespoke.
Bespoke tailors.
Yeah, bespoke tailors.
Means, as you would like it, precisely as you.
Tailored.
But yeah. tailors
Yeah.
are people who make suits from scratch for you along the line. Again, bespoke. So it's basically a redundancy, but yeah.
Yeah. So that's totally cool. So that's what you would get. So
And how much was
Raphael, is there something? Is there is there something you would want to be doing? Because I think there's gonna be some. Oh God, I'll roll. I'm a horror check. Horror check. Stop. My, my gosh,
Fucking brilliant.
please, can someone
Sorry.
erase that from my memory banks? Oh my gosh, it's truly horrifying. Well, so I'm sorry, Nikholai. Will Nikholai wish to do anything while the couple of hours will pass? Yeah, before you guys go out for dinner.
Well,
While you're prepping. Well,
Nikholai wanted to get a piece of new clothing, but he left the price and got a heart attack. So uh,
okay.
I think he just wants to put the painting in the frame and put it on the wall and check the portrait for any changes. Does
Mm,
it look older? Does it look anything changed? Anything scraps? Anything on it?
no, no. You pour over it. You're carefully. You get that a magnet, like you're like obsessively looking over it. And no, I mean not yet. Not after the last couple of days. I mean, it
Hmm.
looks like
Nikolai
it's.
Dorian Gray. Is this what's happening?
Um,
Who knows?
of course not.
That's
Why would you
ridiculous.
think that?
I don't know. Maybe we could see if the academy has an attic. No one?
Oh, sir. Well, I mean, there's just the whole third. This whole place is. You guys are in the storage area. Like you're in the multiple levels of storage. That's what these rooms kind of are. Storage and hidden labs. I mean,
Listen,
there's
I don't know
plenty
how.
of.
I drew so much shit on his on his token. It's taking fucking forever to delete.
Oh, Toon. See this clue concerning the cripple. That came from Gerard Huss. He basically said that there's a cripple that lives in the Côte who is supposedly an expert on the whole mythology of the Lost King.
Okay, thank you. I did not remember that. I probably wasn't there for that part of the session.
Maybe that's something that he told you.
Okay, thank you.
Kai, I would
All
like
right.
to go clothes shopping with Eve.
Okay. And you guys will go. I mean, back to I noticed to Nikholai. Nikholai, you can go shopping if you want something that's at least newer, right? Not so threadbare as yours. I mean, it may not be of the same original quality, but certainly you can get something that will be well looking at what
Yeah,
you have.
I would go with them and probably look for a new coat or something.
Okay. Yes, and so you will go up to the Courtier Merchant, and the Courtier Merchant, of course, is very nice, pleasant sort of place. Let's get you to some place like the Courtier Merchant would be. What would it look like? Yep. Sorry, that's not where I want to take you guys. That's a map, but that's not a artistic place. Take you. Seems a bit more like the Courtier Marchand types of walking around this kind of neighborhood, trying to find some shops. Generally, is what the buildings look like. And yes, I mean you will find some. Eventually, you'll find some nice shops. Of course, appropriate for your particular price ranges, and where it won't be overwhelming in price. purchasing stuff.
The cane?
Some jump on base game. We're seeing how much money you want to spend.
I was thinking about look, if a whole outfit of good clothing is above 150, I don't think I could afford a coat, so I will just get a cane.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. I mean, if I look at like non-fine clothing, like common clothing, it's garbage. You could probably get something for 5 to 50, 50 gold that
How much
is
you can collect as standard?
middle class and passable. You know what I mean? So you won't look like the aristocrats, right? But you would look like you properly belong in, say, the Côte Marchand, as opposed to someone who looks like a thief who stole, who robbed a rich man's clothing and
Yeah.
lives in the Côte Ovier.
Hmm.
That's what
Okay,
you look
so
like.
how much would a good quality, not I mean aristocrat level, but a good quality coat and a cane cost?
Yeah. Okay. So like I said, that's we'll look at the price later, but just remind me. We'll say that costs you
Okay,
some amount.
okay.
Yeah. It's not a huge thing. I mean, we gotta attract the gold, but it's
Well,
you just
Raphael,
calculate.
you could always just make yourself look exactly the way you want to without having to upgrade your clothing. You know?
You have that special ability, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but if we're all together and someone touches or does anything, they can see through that. So I mean, the clothing. I believe the clothing should be appropriate and use the disguise as a safety measure.
Okay.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, it also means that you could have that clothing and just change your facial hair or something very quickly, and change who you are, I suppose, right? You can just change your facial features.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. All right. So yeah, I mean, the Côte Marchand, of course, is a big booming place. I mean, there's different levels of quality here. At the bottom of the hill, because again, it's all on a hill on the Côte Marchand. It is kind of more commonplace and lower middle class and sort of more common, sort of petit bourgeois uh, stores. And as you go higher up towards the cathedral, the Saint Mère de l'Âme, start getting into the real high society, right? And the more expensive. And there's many different streets. All the streets are focused on particular types of industries. There's the gunsmithing street, or there's an armory street. There, right, district. So that's how this kind of works. And so you definitely have to go around and find the particular places, right? The particular streets that have what you're looking for. So I mean that takes a couple hours just because you go and you walk, and it's pleasant actually. You guys can sit. There's wine bar. There's these new things called restaurants, right? They have small ones that have opened in the higher, more elite areas around the Côte Marchand. Um, Plenty of high quality taverns of and so on. So if you guys want to make a day of it, that is definitely you have enough that you can spend some money and enjoy. It depends what you want. If you want fine meals and stuff, it's going to cost you, but it's available.
Right.
Hello.
How do potions work in this world? Are they known about? Are they...
Well, again, we go back to it doesn't seem there's no such thing as potion shops. Are there alchemists? Yeah, there's alchemists, and there might be chemists and stuff like this. But like magic potions, you know this.
I know a guy.
Yeah. Who knows where to get magic potions or things like this? That's in the underground because that type of stuff is considered to be
Fuck.
Military high tech, and not for the common man. Do nobles have access to certain things? Well, perhaps they do.
But we don't have
But does
access
it
to
come?
potions effectively.
I mean,
Just
you would.
alcohol
I mean, there is a
mechanic.
no. No, so I'm talking black market. Other just like there's black magic spell casting, like Nikholai. There's black magic alchemists. I mean black market alchemists who are selling to the criminal class. The criminal organizations, they have access to magic that no one should have. Same, in the sense that, the mafia's got access to assault weapons that are illegal. So that's where you would get that stuff, right?
Yeah, I'm starting to think maybe that's an idea that we should check that.
Or things like this. Again, you wouldn't know they're magic potion. What you would know, that there's illegal alchemists, right? That sell types of tinctures and things, not normal, and that
health salves, tinctures, whatever, with health-giving properties.
Yeah, yes, and other things, and other properties. They're expensive. You got to pay for it, but
yeah, just sell Herbie, be fine. I know some humans traffickers. Well, actually, he's a halfling. Do I know any halfling? Shall I do a history check? See if I know any halfling traffickers?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, maybe.
Hey. X.
Literally joking from the beginning.
X traffic.
Kai, it worries me that you tell me I can do a check to sell a friend into slavery. Not a friend. Well, a Herbie. I'm not even sure what a Herbie is. I think
He nearly killed somebody in our Trail of Cthulhu game. He nearly killed somebody within like 5 minutes of playing.
Yeah, but that is Cthulhu. It's really difficult. I've seen it.
I'm pretty sure this is just Kai's version of Cthulhu that we're playing in right now.
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
Essentially, yes.
You know.
Throw the jewel down the well. Oh, no.
Kai, where did you actually learn Portuguese, by the way? Did you learn that because you were moving to Brazil, or did you learn it before?
No, I learned it here. I just learned it living here.
Hi, have you and I discussed my feelings about the Portuguese language before?
There we go.
I don't.
Okay, I shan't go on then.
I don't recall. But okay, guys. So I might give you a more appropriate price list, like in a little bit, like for maybe some of these things you're looking for. But is there anything anything you want? Just make a note about it, right? I mean, you can even just note it in the chat, and so I can kind of make sure that I know what kind of the appropriate prices to give you in terms of like mundane things, right? And if you guys are going to go around and try and find information about where to, you're not going to find potion shops or magic stores or anything like that here. Let's make a note about that. In Barovia, right, and elsewhere, that's different. But here in De Montlieu, again, they have the strange attitude about magic. Civilians can use, and must be registered as sort of street performers or the professional artist guild, or essentially the illusionist guild, and their whole job is to do this stuff like Las Vegas, right? It's stage hypnotism and stage magic and special effects, so on and so on. Already, you can tell that the military has powerful special things. I mean, you saw that just the other day. It seems that the Montpellier military and the consortium, because they have a multi-country pact, the Civilized Crescent, they all have a military pact to protect each other from outside aggression, specifically Falkovia. Falkovia is this country that appears out of the mists suddenly, at a country's borders out of nowhere, and often sends in, invasionary forces. The last time this happened was approximately a decade ago. So there has been some sort of relative peace for a while, but there have been incursions of the Falkovians. There is a Falkovian refugee camp that sits outside of Port Lucine. It's a refugee camp like you would expect under Republican Guard. Are there some Falcovians that you could find? Is there a Falcovian slumland? Yes. Uh, um, the Falcovian slumland. It's easy to know who the Falcovians are because they have a eagle that has been branded onto their foreheads and so it's easy to know who's a Falcovian as long as they don't keep that hidden.
Everybody should send their fake ID to me, and I will make fake passwords.
Yeah. And so that's something. That's a thing again about magic. And again, what you guys do know, and Charles would probably know, is that does the city guard have access to things that civilians don't have? Yes. Does the city guard have access to what you would call healing potions? Actually, yeah. Right? They don't have completely mundane equipment. There is some aspects of the Republican Guard and clearly even the local guard who get stuff, i.e. SWAT, military grade equipment that is totally illegal and not for sale with the public. And you know this, you're a smuggler, Herbie, so you know that obviously there's magic, and some of that stuff is clearly stuff that might have from military. Now, in that the military can do things that you don't see civilians doing. The military has, as we've said, classical D&D, combat magic, and people have seen it in action over the years. What else the military and the government in terms of magical power or magical items or things like that in terms of what we would normally from game term stuff, no one's really perfectly sure. Does nobility have access to things that the normal public doesn't have? Definitely.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So yes.
If I wanted to buy something that was made not by hand but on a machine, that was material like wool, and they made garments not like on an industrial scale, but with like either a spinning wheel or a rack thing, what sort of person should I look for professionally?
I guess I would be a weaver.
Ah!
Right? Drink. God, I can't believe I fell.
I can't believe you tricked him into that.
Yeah, I should have seen it. I wasn't even thinking about it. Yeah, you got me.
Fantastic.
That was a good.
Are you drinking again, Kai?
No, I'm not.
I was about to say. I know Charles is, but
this was a drunken Dragon's Day. But actually, that's a funny thing. Remember that they do have industrial level workhouses here, so there is a lot of cheap clothing that you can get. Clothing like terms, right? The haute cuisine. They're super fucking expensive, but there are these factories that pump out so the poor have and this are better off than otherwise. Of course, these poorhouses are also, these factories are often basically like classical 19th century, 18th century workhouses. The poor are almost semi-indentured servants there and have to work there until they can pay their debts off. And there's many of them. As a matter of fact, they opened up a whole bunch of new ones, especially, funny enough, after the day that disappeared when so much of the, people became homeless because all the tenements burned down during the events. And so they got all these people and they shoved them into house factories. Increased output.
Would I know anybody who would know somebody who had some stuff that that was found that fell off a truck?
Well, I think you know those
Of a
kind
cart?
of people. Depends.
Yeah, that's what I say. Yeah.
What you're. Yeah, fill out the back of the cart. Depends what you're looking for.
Yeah.
I mean, what are you
Well,
looking
I could
for?
probably use some nice clothes for these kids, I guess. These old folks that want me to make some identities for them.
I mean, you're gonna have to, get yourself down into the Cortiovia and talk to some people.
All right.
That's what you would have to do.
Herbie's going back into the slums, part 2.
All right.
Is he going to remember what he's going for this time, guys?
Probably not.
Tune in right now to find out.
Yeah.
Okay.
World.
Eve, is there I just want to make sure, like Eve or Nikholai, is there something else you guys want? Like, again, what you're buying, just write a note in the chat here, whatever you want to buy, so I can make sure I give you guys the right prices.
Just the outfit. I'm good.
Okay, just in case I don't find it. So I'm just
Yeah,
gonna put
me
Eve.
too. Just the coat and the king.
Okay, Eve outfit. Okay, and then Nikholai, and then Kane, plus a Petty. Spell it wrong.
Kai, I'd like to look for like a more ornate setup for my rapier on my side. Make it look more formal.
Okay, yes. I mean, you will be able to find some swordsmiths in the area, of course. There is a street of swordsmiths.
I mean, I already have the sword. I just need the
Engraving.
not the engraving, like the fancy
like the
belt.
basket hilt. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess if there's you know what, I'm fine with my particular rapier. I just want it to look better. You know what I mean? I want its housing to look better and
No, sure.
The words are fucking escaping me, but the
Affordable.
The hilt, you mean?
Yeah,
no,
the
not
hilt, the
That
basket
has,
hilt.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with the actual sword.
It's the scabbard.
Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah.
No
The thing
problem.
that you hang on your hip. Yeah.
Right. And that I want the belt to be more fancy. You know.
Totally.
It's
Definitely.
the sword. It's the sword vagina to the sword penis.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it is. It's
I want a fancy gun holster for my fucking For for my hip.
You can definitely find this. That's weird. How's my music's not playing? Reset this real quick. Yeah, that's not an issue. You can find a place within the vastness of the Gautier Marchand, and again, it is you basically find a street full of swordsmiths, right? And this particular street is there's a mixture of it's mostly humans. You might actually find some of the cheaper shops are being run by.
Scratch that, Kai. I want to stay in the swordsmith area, but I want to see if they can craft me like a cane sword.
Yes. Yes, they can. By the way, can you guys hear the sound effects or the music?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I
Yep.
can't hear anything.
I can.
No.
Actually, no, because there's nothing playing right now. But
Yeah, it says it's
okay. Yeah, I just shut it off because before I was trying to get it.
It seemed to stop on a large city. Yeah, I remember.
There it is. Now I hear it again. Yeah.
No.
Oh wait, no.
No, I was hearing something. I was hearing it before, then Kai stopped it.
You were hearing voices. Was it
Yeah.
Welcome to Cthulhu.
Well, I just have in my head it's like this dinner invitation or something. I don't know.
What an invitation.
Hi, one more question. How much would it cost for the clothes to be The word escapes me.
Tailored.
Prepared.
Oh, repaired.
Ah, it's, that's a good question.
7.5 copper plus VAT.
I mean, your clothing is probably worth 150, and so the repair. Yeah, I mean, you could leave it off. I mean, let's say it's at least, let's say 15 gold, right?
Okay, so instead of the coat, I will just have my clothes prepared. If I can do that in this time frame.
Okay, yeah, let's try let's for now let's just say 15 gold to repair that level of clothing, right? Of course, if it was like just normal commoner's clothing, it would be cost you like 2 copper, but we're talking about very fancy, you know, elegant stuff. They have to replace legs. They have to have the new buttons because some are missing or they're broken, right? They have to, look at the, redo the stitching because the seams are coming apart, like stuff like this.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that's kind of fair. So I would have my normal clothes be repaired and just buy the cane.
Okay. That makes sense. And then a cane. I have some info about a sword cane. Let's have a price in one of these things. Let me look this up in a second. I got it under the weapons. And then it's weapons, and it's steampunk weapons. It's one of these. I'm not sure the price off the top of my head. We'll figure this out. Hello? Want to open up here or what? Man, roll 20's acting weird here. I'm gonna open up my.
That's kind of like a paradox. Because Roll20 always acts weird, but it also acts weird now and again.
Yeah, now I'm getting some really. Oh, that's definitely strange here. Baton, chain whip, sword, cane pistol. Definitely had somewhere here had like a cane sword. 50 gold pieces for a cane sword.
Okay, that's the deal.
Not the cane sword, just the cane.
Oh, just a cane. I thought. Okay,
No,
okay,
this is for
okay.
me. Yeah.
Just a cane. All right, and I mean, let's just say it's like. How? I mean, you want it like really fancy, right? Really appropriate. Yes. So.
Yes, yes.
How about for right now, 10 GP for the cane? Only because we're talking about, again, high end aristocratic stuff. You want the look, you got to pay for it. Yeah?
So
Sound fair?
25 gold total.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, sure. So
And
25 gold total,
if I
right?
find a different price or something, that's, we'll look at that. But, cool. All right. Very good, guys. Well, then I guess, if, within your shopping, you've been able to get that. I'm sorry, you wanted a cane. It was Braegar who wanted the cane sword. Yeah.
Yeah. I already divvied up my money, so I got it.
Yes, Braegar.
Yeah.
Oh, he's gone. Was it Anthony who said he wanted a cane sword?
Yeah, it was me.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, then that's what it is. You got a cane sword. It's 50 GP.
Yeah, I took the money off her.
You got it. Okay, all right.
I rename my attack.
So it's and the cane sword. Was it? Yeah, one. Well, the cane sword, at least the ones I have for it's a 1d4, right? Yeah, what it is. Finesse, light, and has a special, right? So it's not as quite as nasty as your.
My rapier. I got you.
I mean,
they don't.
yeah?
They don't make. Can I have them make me a bigger one for like maybe another?
Okay. What's your? Sure, you maybe let's make it custom. So it'll be more.
You know the name of that Rutger Hauer movie where he was blind, he had that massive sword that was his cane, you know?
Oh man.
Blind Fury, I think it's called.
They're quite. I've seen them before. They look like normal canes.
Yeah.
And then you whip out this incredibly sharp,
It
very
grew.
thin blade.
Yeah.
Like a rapier, basically. But coming to a tapering to a point rather than straight.
Yeah, Blind Fury. That's the one. Yeah. I know. I'm just looking at, for example, like I have a reference for like it's the steampunk weapon, and I mean, I'm just looking at it and,
Okay,
and the
that's
way
fine.
they wrote it.
I can have
And,
that regular
and
1d4 weapon. You
no,
know.
no, but if you want to
Nice.
customize it, I'm just saying I can make it more expensive. You know,
Yeah,
we could just say I'm not saying I'm just the reason I gave a 1d4. I didn't just make it up. I was just looking at
You could
a
split
third
the
party.
difference and say that the price was a quarterstaff plus a rapier plus labour, and then call it a D6.
Yeah. So if you want to make it
So he's
nicer,
paying extra. He's
yeah,
paying 2 weapons plus labour, whatever you deem that to be, and then he gets the best of both worlds, so to speak, in terms of damage. But it
sure.
doesn't seem OP.
But part of the cane sword is also it's a luxury item. It has to look ornate and all sorts of nice and
So it will
fancy
cost a
schmancy. So
fortune, but at least it has the
yeah.
option. I think.
I'm agreeing. I'm not saying no. I was just
Oh yeah,
explaining
no, I'm
where
just
I got
suggesting, mate. I'm not
yeah,
saying
yeah,
that's the way to do it. I'm just saying that's an
yeah,
idea you could use if you wanted to.
yeah. No, I'm totally cool with it. I'm totally fine. Can we say 1d6? We boost it to 1d6. We say maybe it's like 75 instead of 50 gold. And
is
let's
it
just for
possible
now.
to maybe bump it up to like an extra 50 to make it a D8?
All right.
Quite
So
okay, just take a whole rapier.
So 100 gold pieces.
okay, yeah, let's say 100 gold pieces, and you kind of make this crazy, but
I mean,
you're a big man. So
I'm a tall guy, so it's gotta
yeah,
be able to accommodate me in the first
yeah,
place. You know.
yeah. I think that's fair. We can do that. We'll mine extra 50 gold for every extra D2. Yeah. So
50 gold. Do I get to know
okay.
he's got it?
So that's 100 GP
Yep.
for a ornate. 1d8. Okay, cane sword. So I think that's fair. Yeah. Again, it's bigger than
So
normal. It's more robust, right? But it's so beautiful, right? You still have like you can describe it. The head's silver, it's nicely carven. It's a, you know, it's definitely an elegant looking, object. Shay, go ahead.
So my character sheet, when I made it, like the weapons that I chose, I had a mace and a light crossbow and 2 daggers. Well, I got the 2 daggers off of the thing that I killed, I think, something like that. I don't remember. But anyway, you said that I wouldn't be carrying around a light crossbow and a mace in broad daylight, and it would have been left somewhere. So those I would have taken off, but would I still have the 2 daggers because those are like concealable? Like maybe I could get some nice little what are those things called that you wear on your leg at the wedding and somebody,
Carter.
the takes it off. Yeah, like those, and like keep them like on my hips,
Yeah, if you want to keep them hidden. Yeah, I mean,
around my
yeah.
thighs, like
I mean, but do you want them exposed? No, right? Or do you
no,
like?
no,
I
like
mean, you're
under
talking
my
like.
dress.
Yes, yeah, no, yes. Let's say you can get like leather harnesses for that. I don't know what the price is, but let's say some kind of leather dagger, hidden leather dagger harness. I'm not sure what the price is, but yeah, you can definitely make that. And sure, no problem. That's definitely doable. Any other cool stuff you guys are looking for?
Nope, not for me.
Nope, that's it.
Okay, Herbie, forgot. Sorry, you.
I
you
actually
got-
didn't need. I was about to say I actually don't need to go and look for anything because everybody's got their shit sorted out. I was going to pick up clothes for them,
Okay.
but no, we can hear you now, Charles. I think you might have been muted before, though.
Oh, sorry. Kai,
Yes, Charles.
please may I have a pet because I have another DM who's not giving me a pet even though I've earned one. Please, prick.
You fucking asshole.
Fuck you, Charles.
I mean, it's so long. I've been such a good boy. But, alright. I was just thinking like a bloodhound. But, no. Alright, fine. No, don't. Shh. I'll be quiet.
Okay.
I was thinking
I mean,
about
I mean, it's not
Could I get
impossible,
away
right?
with one
I mean,
in the academy?
You have Horatio.
yeah, I mean, could you bring a dog down there? I mean, it's gonna shit all over the place and stuff, but yeah, I mean, clearly it'll be like a companion dog, but it's not gonna be like
It's not going to have like perception, smell checks. And stuff.
yeah, and special abilities. Like I
Okay,
find
well,
that.
no, it's cool. What you
I
mean? You
mean,
can't fly?
I can't.
That's
I
the
can't.
minimum I expect from a dog. Right. Well, we're calling the whole thing off. I'm sorry.
I mean, could you walk the dog around the city and like could you train it to like attack? I mean, yeah. I mean, it's not.
Sounds like too
I think
much.
you're not gonna have the range.
It's already got
You
two.
don't have. Sorry. Go ahead. Charlie.
No, I'm just saying it sounds like too much like hard work because we've already got two for that. He's trained to attack.
Hey, listen up here. The only one I listen to is Braegar.
Do you know what I've been doing for the past 10-15 minutes? I've been
Well-
trying to meld together a picture of a blue kobold and a pole dancing thing, but I can't do it. So,
Oh God. Oh God. So
you guys have ever seen a picture of me, have you? Actually, Anthony has, but
Yeah.
in my
Okay,
mind,
got
you're a golden god.
Yeah, we have.
I am a god.
Okay.
Yeah, you have Shay. You and Anthony have.
See, I think
That-
I
what?
have.
Really?
When at the same time you sent a picture of the bucket.
Did I send a picture of myself? I can't remember.
I don't know.
I think you
We'll
sent a
send this-
picture of yourself drinking a glass of wine, and I said I was going to replace the glass with a dick.
And Emma actually sent us a picture of you one time too, I think.
I remember that. That was at New Year's when I was drunk off my head. That picture. Do you mean? No, wait, no, that was a different time. I can't remember. It was probably. No, it was New Year's. Yeah, it was just me running towards the camera. That one. I remember that. Yeah, that's our Sunday game. Yeah.
Is anyone
That was
else
on New
having lots of fun hanging out?
That was on New Year's Eve. What did you say?
I'm having lots of fun hanging out with you guys.
Yeah, it's pretty fun.
Yeah,
I'm really enjoying it.
everyone else.
Hold on. Does this work? Let's see if this works.
So why
Apparently,
are you
Groovy
guys
does not work.
walking around?
It's not on this
Round-
server.
It is.
Oh, is it? Oh, yeah.
So
All right, let's get back to serious business.
And you sort of end up turning around. Okay, you end up turning around the corner. It seems that the normal sounds of the busy streets sort of. There are some people walking, near the end of the street. It's not so much of a problem, but at that time, as you're sort of looking and just walking about, trying to get to another section of the Cokeleaf, as you pretty much finish your shopping, you hear that awful sound. You haven't heard it for a while, but that strange, piercing, high-pitched sting. It's the one that you started hearing not long after your experiences during the night of the disappeared. It was the sound of the thing that you saw in the mists. You turn and you notice one or two people down the street. They stop. You can see it in the street over here. They just stop in the middle of the street. People walk by them as if they're not noticing. And they turn. Their eyes are milked over, white. Suddenly, a ground fog starts swelling. Coming straight
Missed again.
out of the flagstones. and those two people, they start walking towards you. You turn around, if you notice something in this alleyway. There's other people who are gathering and suddenly walking towards you. Their eyes misted over, and you start hearing things crunching. You hear the sound of stone grinding against the other. The mists start growing, and then you see it. You see the building. It starts to shift. It starts to turn. The street underneath you seems to buckle. You can feel it. It's almost like if it was suddenly liquid. That's ringing in your ear. It's very distracting. It's horrifying. And suddenly you start seeing mist grows thick and shadows start moving. Somehow, so some things are moving along the rooftops. And the people start running towards you. And they open their mouth, and you hear them.
I'm gonna hide behind Braegar.
Are we all together? I wasn't out shopping,
You're all,
so
you're
is
all,
this
you're all
post
together.
shopping? And
Oh, I mean, I suppose you guys were
I
at
know.
some point. Well, maybe not. At Braegar, I mean, I thought you were
we were
supposed to
going to go for a
meet
drink,
them
weren't
for some.
we?
Yeah, exactly. So
So,
this would be the.
Could have met
Yeah,
afterwards.
yeah. And so this was getting near dusk, right? Again, and you hear the clip clop and a horse. Suddenly, it's like everything grows quiet, right? The screaming is starting, and it's all growing quiet. And then you don't have, it's like the sounds get muffled again, and it comes back to you. You feel it. It's like the night of the disappeared. Because the buildings are starting to shift around you. You can actually hear behind you. It's like the alleyway starting to close off. What the fuck is going on? Everyone, just roll a fear check. So roll a wisdom check.
Saving throw or
Save
See,
it.
I told you guys this was Kai's version of Cthulhu.
Oh well, yeah, I mean, a wisdom save. I'm sorry, Ant. I always do that wrong. I'm sorry, Ant. Yeah, it's a
But
wisdom
that's
save.
the version of Cthulhu Cthulhu.
Kai Tulu.
Hi, too.
Hi, Tulu. Oh shit, that needs to be a monster. In a one-shot. And we need Kai
Herbie,
to
man.
get the last blow.
I'm scared. I am
Is it
scared.
Wisdom check or wisdom saving throw?
Wisdom save. It's a wisdom save. It's a wisdom save.
I'm
I
screaming.
mean, you guys have, you guys have all been hardened to stuff, and you've seen magic, but this is like this isn't even a terror check. It's kind of a fear check because it's like you're feeling trapped, Herbie, and you're having you've had nightmares of what you guys saw, right? And it's and like I said, I wrote to you guys. Every once in a while, you've had that happen. You sort of heard the sound, and you've seen people stop, their eyes milk over, right? And but it hasn't happened for a while. But here, it's just for some reason, it's happened out of nowhere. And now you have enemies coming from both sides, and there's something up above. You're flapping, and fluttering, and something swoops out of the darkness. And I think I'm gonna leave this. You guys mind if we leave this as a cliffhanger for next session?
Oh, fuck you. Okay. Okay,
No,
then.
you want it? You want it? Because I think this seems like a good cliffhanging moment, doesn't it?
I do like it as a cliffhanger, yeah. It's your call.
It is a very good cliffhanger, but I want to know what happened.
Okay, I'm gonna leave this as a cliffhanger. If that is okay with everyone.
Oh my god. Alright.
This is the first time Nikholai has been involved in this.
Yes, actually,
Right.
Nikholai.
Oh.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Nikholai rolled a 12. Nikholai, you are also actually say because you did. I would say you're really frightened because you've never seen this. You don't know what the fuck is happening. It's magic. You know how to cast magic. You're not. But there's something wrong. So all I'm going to say is that the consequence for both Herbie, let's take a look. What's the fear check here? Let's do this real quick, right? As it's happening, because this is really, yeah. And so I don't normally haven't done the fear check too much, but I'm gonna, and it I guess say because of the modifier. So